we're back for another day of programming with Anthony Writes Code. What a fucking stupid intro. Hey, what's up, Hayden? How's it going? Let's see. Today is Saturday. Oh, it's February already. Dang. It is Saturday, February 1st of 2020. And let's see. I think the last time I streamed was on like Tuesday or something. I don't know. A while back. But yeah, the plan today is to work more on syntax highlighting for babi. Hopefully, I'm hoping we have enough time to actually like get it done and like get it kind of working and like go from there. Hey, what's up, is identical? Hello, hello. How'd your talk go? I heard you were speaking pretty recently. How was that? Let's see. I'm not sure what all I did much since last time. We'll just quickly look through this. Oh, I realized that this library that I wrote a long time ago is obsolete, which is pretty cool. Thanks, it was great. Awesome. Good to hear that your talk went well. Well, that was weird. Oh, oh, really? You can do code jumping in the... What? That's kind of cool. GitHub has jump to definition now, and apparently you can do it from the README, which is wild. That's so cool. But anyway, ASCII.YAML is officially deprecated because it's not necessary in modern PyYAML and modern Python. Bit sad there, but I guess it's a good thing as well. Hey, what's up, Sugulatum? Hello, hello, welcome back. Let's see, what else did I do? Fixed a tiny bug in Flake8 typing imports where if you had a relative import that was named typing, it would be a false positive. But yeah, it was pretty easy fix. I don't use relative imports myself, so didn't really notice it. So that's why. Also, I moved a bunch of my repositories off of Travis CI. I now only have one left. Only one repository left on Travis CI. The only reason I haven't moved that one is because the build is failing, and it's a bit involved to fix the build, so not quite sure. I might just abandon that project instead of moving it over. Although, we'll see. I haven't really made up my mind on that. But moved all these things over, including the pre-commit docs are now on Azure Pipelines and GitHub Actions instead of Travis CI. The main advantage here, and for like all of these, is I used to have like an individual personal access token for each of these repositories, which meant there was like a credential floating around and like kind of checked in Travis CI had access to it. But like a bunch of these access tokens that, I don't know, it was kind of a pain in the ass whenever I had to like rotate them or whatever. So but with GitHub Actions, you don't need it at all because you get a free token that has access to your own repository. So I could kill all of those tokens, and I can show you what those kind of look like. Let's see, precommit.github.io. So yeah, the workflow is pretty straightforward. This one runs on a schedule, but builds on pushes to the master branch, which is called real master due to dumb things in GitHub pages, and it also builds on pull requests. It runs make, which does the build, and then make push, which will push only on master builds. So it doesn't build, or it doesn't push on pull requests. And this is how you give access to a GitHub token, and this is provided by default. And this also isn't available to pull requests, so it's only available to the full build. So yeah, this works pretty well for me. Sequel Adam says, can't make CodeCov work with GitHub Actions correctly. Yeah, it's kind of a mess for some reason. More than that in a second. Hey, what's up, Ali Me4I? Or Me-I? Anyway, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, and I hope your day is going great. Yeah, CodeCov is a little bit tricky because it requires a token. We're doing something for PyTest that uses CodeCov, so you might be able to steal that. see. Part of it is that I think we just hard code the token somewhere in here. Where is it? Release. CodeCov. Append CodeCov token. See what that is. But yeah, you might be able to steal the stuff that PyTest is doing. And CodeCov token. Yeah. We just hardcode our token in the file. Apparently it's not actually a secret, so... Or at least the way PyTest was using it, it wasn't a secret, so putting it here is fine. Well, fine. Not great, but it's not awesome. So you might be able to reuse this code a little bit. Yeah, they don't have tokenless builds, but there's one more issue. Yeah, the tokenless, I mean, you kind of need tokenless to be useful, in my opinion. But yeah, I've just abandoned using CodeCov and coveralls myself. The way I do it is Azure Pipelines has its own built-in coverage thing. What's an example repo? We'll use PyUpgrade. I don't know what keys I'm pressing that causes Google to do this. Like, I type in the full fucking URL and it still searches for it. Like, why? Why do you do this, Google? But actually, this is not where I want to look. Azure Pipelines has this way to automatically upload coverage. Is it Shift-Enter? Shift-Enter. No, that makes a new window. Is it Control-Enter? No. Is it Right-Shift-Enter? No. I don't know what it is. Is it Alt-Enter? Nope. I literally have no idea. Like, what are you doing, Google? Is it maybe Down-Enter? No? I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, back to this coverage thing. So there's this built-in publish code coverage results thing. Hey, what's up, D-Tub? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And this will store it in Azure Pipelines, so you don't actually have to do anything special. You do have to generate the coverage XML, but coverage has a built-in way to do that. And so this is how I publish a coverage artifact, and then you can get a fancy little badge from it. So that's how I do it. Hey, what's up, Bix Plays? Yo, what up, Tony? If I may call you that, or is it weird? Anthony, Tony. Now I get the line of thinking. I see. I'm really only Tony when I'm drunk, though, but I got you. It's Hayden's. Hayden says, Edge is stable now, migrate! Well, I only use Chrome for streaming, and I use Firefox normally, and I guess I could switch from Chrome to Edge for streaming, but I don't know, I'd have to set some stuff up. I have it installed. Like, it's there, I think. Unless this is IE. Yeah, this is Edge. Oh, you mean Edgium. Yay, Trump, amazing. This is such old news, what? What? Yeah, anyway. Hey, what's up, Quick Floor? Haven't seen you in forever. Hello. And Juan, hello. with the dumpster fire. The Real Bagel Man 123 says, why go from Chrome to Edge? I don't know. Hayden's obsessed with Edge. I'll let him be obsessed with Edge. With Matrix, CodeCov sends check status too early and it just shows that absolute coverage decreased. But yeah, it's not all... because not all Matrix jobs are dynamic. Yeah, I've noticed that too. We use CodeCov on Flake 8. How do I use GitLab? Merge requests. Merged. Like this one, I think, was an example. Yeah, like here it was like, you decreased code coverage by 33 lines. And like, it was just because the first job reported this, and then the second job was like, actually. But yeah, it's what already looked. Cool. IE7, yeah. Only time I ever used Chrome was for deving with Phaser. Oh, I see. Oh, the failed oh, it shows up as a failed check? That's even worse. That sucks. These use Bob browser. What is Bob browser? Bob browser. Browser of browsers. Why do I feel like this is something that's not real? Why do I feel like this is a meme? I mean, it does kind of look like an internet browser. Very, very small. Huh. Interesting. Use the Lynx browser. Yeah, Lynx is pretty useful. I've used Lynx before. Yeah, what was I talking about? Blah blah, cov, garbage, blah. Oh, I made a change to pip-tools. We're investigating using PyPy at Lyft, and we use pip tools to freeze all of our dependencies. And I found that the CPython cache and the PyPy cache were kind of pissing on each other because they're both Python 3.6, and pip tools just like didn't differentiate between the two. So I made a very, very small change which identifies them separately. Oh, did that. Oh, whoops. I realized the pre-commit 2.0 release broke Python 3.6.0 and 3.6.1 because this doesn't exist until 3.6.2 due to reasons. And so they were just getting import error. No one actually reported this bug, so I don't know how many people this affected. But it was very easy to fix. Unfortunately, I've written a linter for this. No return? Yeah, no return, basically, there's a couple cases for no return. Like, something that always raises an exception is no return. Yeah, that's all I use it for here. But something that invariantly calls, like, execv or like, the process and then exit would be no return. Basically, that this function never returns control flow to its caller. But yeah, broke those versions, fixed it though. Unfortunately, I've written a linter for this, I just wasn't using it for whatever reason. But yeah, my linter, Flake8 typing imports. Why are you failing? Why? Recommit failed. What? Oh. Right. Whatever. What are you doing, Azure Pipelines? What are you doing? Yeah, whenever I make a release of this, sometimes the build flakes. I don't really know why it flakes, but... nah. But... if there's no return import, the code just goes on. Oh yeah, I'll show you the change in a sec. What the fuck is going on? This is not what I want. How do I re-trigger the build? Run pipeline, master, run. Oh yeah, let me show you the fix for this. So, you can't import this typing, but you can defer, or you can import it such that only MyPy knows about it. So in this case, I'm saying if we're type checking, import no return from typing. Type annotations are completely optional. They don't really change any of the runtime behavior, but their imports failing can cause the full program to fail. Oh, I didn't mute. God damn it. Well, oh well. But yeah, so what I can do instead is defer this import to type checking time and then quote the annotation. This means it won't get evaluated, but MyPy will still evaluate this and know that it's no return. So, do they backport future annotations to 3.6? No, they won't backport it. Too big of a change. Why if false import something.to.type.works? Oh, because MyPy also looks at if false blocks. Oh, did I miss your comment? I probably did. Link's browser is awesome. Yeah, I saw that one. Link's is the best way to read Forbes. Oh. I haven't tried that, but I do know there. Is that the one with the really annoying paywall? Yeah. I just don't read news. I'm really bad at news. Hey, what's up, Psychode? Hello, hello. Yeah, if false works because type checking was not added until later. Like 8 typing imports. So yeah, in versions less than 3.5.3, you have to use, or versions in 3.5.2 plus, you can use if type checking, but otherwise you can use if false. You can actually use if false in the newer versions, but MyPy knows both of these patterns. Where's the if type checking? Yeah, the MyPy knows this pattern and it knows this pattern. From future import braces, right? I heard real hackers browse the web with curl. Yeah, through a Tor tunnel, right? But yeah, so fix that release. Change some of my lesser used tools to be Python 3.6 only. And I think that's mostly it. I guess these were also stuff that I did since last time, but they're not interesting. Anyway, that's that. I think we're gonna get started with the actual programming today. I guess I'll show from future import braces because I always find it funny. Syntax error, not a chance. It's funny because I was working on an encoding hack to make this a real thing, and I don't remember what happened with it. I was gonna work on it too, but then I realized that I could spend my free time doing better things. So I didn't. Huh, why is the spacing weird here? That's weird. Why are there two spaces here? Maybe because it's a 1-digit date? And instead of 0 padding, that it's space padding? That's weird. Hey, what's up, RKJ and 200 IQ Pro? Hello, hello. Real hackers use text-based operating systems because they don't need a fancy GUI in order to do stuff. Yeah. Oh, encoding ROT13 doesn't work anymore in Python 3. This doesn't work in Python 3. It'll say like not a text encoding. Yeah, encoding problem. Import codecs dot encode print hello world raw 13. Yeah, so you can put this here. I'm pretty sure this doesn't work, but in Python 2 it does. Oh wait, what? The fuck? What? Oh, maybe I need to do this. Oh, except... What is U in ROT13H? I think I need to do this, so it's Unicode string instead of byte string. I don't know. There we go. Okay, we got it working. Got it working. 200 IQ Pro says, what are you doing or trying to do? I'm trying to get started. I haven't actually done anything yet. We're gonna actually create a new repository today. Get init textmate highlight. Git commit allow empty initial empty commit. We're gonna be implementing code highlighting plan. Yeah, I haven't finished ASC. I haven't finished Advent of Code 2019 yet. I'm still stuck on day 21, part 2, because I have to learn some math. I haven't learned the math yet, but there's some like, what is it called? Some modular arithmetic of linear functions. I have like a bookmark for it. I just haven't read through it yet. And I assume once I understand how that stuff works, then I'll be able to just finish that day pretty quickly, and then we'll be able to finish the last couple of days. But until then, I'm not gonna stream me reading that because I don't think it's gonna be all that interesting, and I think it's gonna take me a long time to learn the actual math. So that's why I haven't done that. How dare they? Who approved this Rot 13 change? Right? Oh, I think I know how to make... Yeah. So the reason that this worked for a Unicode string is because it took this verbatim, but when we did it... when we did it as a byte string, like this, it actually decoded this with Rot13 once, and then it became a byte string, and then it decoded with Rot13 again, which got it back to the string of foo. At least that's how I think it works, because in Python 2 these are bytes literals. But you know, things are pretty whack. Tuner IQ Pro says, "Is there any good way to learn Python from like a pro from 0 to hero?" Honestly, my best advice is just like practice. Start with like basics, and then like build out projects that you want to like get done. My best advice for learning is like find something that you will gain benefit from, and then you'll be much more motivated to work on it and much more motivated to learn that. Barset says no. Aiden says learn TypeScript. Guys, you trolls. So let's see. Oh, this is the song of the drop. Yes! Okay, so... the thing that we worked on last time is what we're going to continue working on today, which is this highlight demo. Yeah, which I don't remember how it works. Let's see how it works. But yeah, we're going to put this in a repository, write some tests for it, and then improve it from there. Because I want to be able to work on it not on this computer, and like copying around the file is kind of annoying, and like I don't have any sort of test suite for it. But we're gonna add some what is _hacks.json? Oh right, I was messing with the theme. Theme syntax is languages this, and then the file. This is what we worked on last time, making this theme highlighting work. But it's not perfect, and it's super hacky right now, and we're gonna make it better. That's the plan. Hey, what's up, Edicardo123? Hello, welcome to the stream. But yeah, this works, and works pretty well. The highlighting is a little bit weird, but like we don't actually care so much about that because we're gonna change how this highlighting works in the curses world. This is just so I could like somewhat emulate it in a terminal. But like you can see that the blank lines are messed up, and if I shrink the window, it gets all sorts of weirdo. But it's fine. We don't actually care about it doing completely right now. It says horizon. Not sure what mean. From 0 to undefined. From 0 to negative infinity, right? Secret Adam says, oh, Horizon theme? Oh, I deleted it. Let me get back. Horizon VS Code theme GitHub. This song is great because it drops twice. That's how good it is. Horizon.json. But yeah, I deleted this theme last time. Let's see, raw. Let me get this guy. I don't know whether Horizon works or not because we didn't actually demo it last time. It looks like it does not. Why does it not? It doesn't do anything because they don't highlight any of the the diff stuff. They have no things that target diffs. That's why there's no highlighting there. Actually, Horizon's not that interesting for the little toy example that I did. But let's see. So that's Dark Visual Studio, and the other theme that we were working with before, One Dark Pro, also highlights. And this is weird, but I'm pretty sure it's just a bug in their theme. So I might send a pull request at some point, but yeah, those are the things. Also something that might help you out for highlighting. All the core syntax and keywords for Visual Studio Code themes. Yeah. Create declarative syntax highlighters using JSON. Oh yeah, this is the same, oh what? This is different. This is... This is different. This is more complicated. Why is this different? But fortunately, I'm not actually writing syntax highlighters. I'm just ingesting them. Creating a tokenizer. Yeah, this is different than the testsuite highlighter. This is for a different thing, if I remember right. But click Python. Yeah, this is... Okay, so this is a different... this is a thing that will generate a theme, if I understand properly. Instead of the approach that that the rest of the VS Code stuff works. This is how it provides things that get highlighted. No, it's really not, because we looked at how it works. C-package-L code grep grep-y tm language. This is how the syntax highlighting works in Visual Studio Code. You can see the Python one uses this magic Python tm language dot this. And if we look at this file, this is not at all like that Python thing that you just looked. This is a testsuite converted to JSON. It's really not. Trust me, bud. I spent a bunch of time looking at this. Like, this kind of looks like that list that they had here, but it's really not. Very different. Don't push. I've been researching this for weeks. Hey, what's up, Saucy Linguine? Why do you work on open source projects? That's a good question. I don't know. It's fun, I guess. So that's why I do it. It's you know, a lot of the stuff is stuff that I use, and so I'm like building stuff that makes my life better. But I like it, so that's why I do it. Hey, what's up, Sergey? Hello, hello. I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little bit tired. Not gonna lie. I've been trying to up my running pace, and rough, because my marathon is like a month away. Hey, what's up, Sussy Linguine? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I ran 6 miles last night, and I was like super tired after that. I just like took a shower and then like immediately passed out. And then today I was like, well, I really need to run my 10 miles. I need to run like at least 10 miles so that I'm somewhat on pace, because I have a marathon in 36 days or something like that. Actually, it's less than that because February doesn't have that many days. Ah, it's only like 35 days away, 34 days away. But yeah, I need to up my distance so that I'm ready to run the marathon. But I'm not ready right now. We'll put it that way. I was pretty exhausted after the 10 miles I did today. But yeah. Inside, my product is coming along well. Is this a screenshot of a structure board? Nice. Cool. But yeah, so plans for today are to take that highlight script that I had before, add some tests to it, and then a mono repo. No. Oh no. No. Don't get me started on mono repos. I've spent enough hours this week arguing with people about mono repos. I just don't want to go there. Please spare me. Okay, so yeah, so if you see me yawning throughout the stream, it's because I'm tired. There's not really much we can do about that. That's just the way it's gonna go. Baby highlight demo here. Hey, what's up, Stupak62? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. For this project, yes. Normally, fuck no, but it makes sense here. Because then everything can share a Docker config, which makes builds and deploys really simple. You can probably do that with a library instead. Is the music loud? No, it looks fine. Maybe my headphones are just loud. Baby patch.diff. Okay. So I should be able to still run this. 5.3 highlight demo themes. Dark vs hacks. We'll show you the hacks theme as well. Languages patch and then patch.diff. Yeah, so in my hacks theme, we were experimenting with italicized, bold, and underlined to make sure that those three worked as well. I actually think it makes it look a little bit better, but that's just me. But yeah, that's enough to make initial commit. Snoop33 says, "Hi Anthony, do you use Vim every time?" Is this funny joke? Are you making joke? I don't use Vim at all. Well, I use Vim sometimes, but like very, very, very infrequently. I'm actually using Nano, which is the shittiest editor ever. Because Nano works fine for me-ish. But I'm actually working on my own text editor right now, which is kind of the whole context of this stream and why I've been working on this for a really long time. And like the syntax highlighting is like the next kind of big thing to make it work. And so this is my text editor. It's called Babi. It is kind of a Nano clone. It currently doesn't have any syntax highlighting, which is what we're working on today, and what we worked on last stream and the stream before, and maybe even the stream before that. But it has some nice things. But yeah, it's a Nano clone. And yeah, this will eventually be my daily driver editor, but until I have syntax highlighting, I can't really, well, I could use it, and I have used it for some stuff, but it's not quite ready for the prime time. But it'll get there eventually. The Last Bird says, talking about builds, I nuked our Jenkins server from orbit this morning. Didn't mean to, but it happens. Ooh, I know that feel. Just completely gone. Is Identical says, let me guess, to use Arch Linux. That's funny. Secret Adam says, still don't know how to quit from Emacs. I think it's Control XC if I remember right. All I know is that if you try and quit for any of the three editors, Nano, Emacs, and Vim, it all works in babi. VM, babi VM. So you can quit like Vim, you can quit like Nano, and if you did Control XC, it would quit like Emacs. Control Z and kill 9, yeah. Control Z and kill %1. Did that not work? That's weird. That's really weird. Why did this work? It should have killed it. I mean, it did eventually kill it, but I was still able to foreground it. And then it died. Anyway. Kill -9! Kill -9! Yeah. Oh, well, I sent sigterm. Does -9 work that way? And kill. I think PID is required. Let's try it again. Background. I think this doesn't do anything. Yeah. Wow, YouTube's already bugging me to say continue. I guess I've been streaming for almost 40 minutes. Oof. But, yeah. Well. Steveback says, so you're cloning Nano and customizing it to be your daily driver text editor? Yes. Kill -9%1. Yeah, true. Yes, I am. But I'm rewriting it in Python. I've rewritten it from the ground up. But yeah, it is a thing, and eventually I'll be able to add like plugins and stuff, and it'll be real cool. Right now, it mostly has the same feature set as Nano. There's a couple like things that are better already. Like you can sort the file stolen from Vim. These are all the line breaks and then the sorted contents. I can undo that. You can also sort a selection, which it kind of works like visual mode in Vim, but Nano doesn't have that. Yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff that's like kind of new as well. This is in the process of termination. Oh, that makes sense. Phoenix says, do you know how code editors check for bad code? Is it like highlighting and regex stuff? There's kind of like two ways that they do it that I've seen. I don't think I'm going to do much of that, at least in my initial version of babi, but I might add it eventually as like a plugin feature thing. So one way that they do it is by using the syntax grammar, so to speak. So like, for example, like this is the grammar for a diff. And sometimes there's specific parts in here that are known to be illegal, and then they'll highlight them specially there. The other way that they do like bad code detection is by shelling out to some linter or external tool that will do that. But then I guess there's a third way, which is to use like a language server and then like have the language server do the heavy lifting and then just hit the API of that language server. Oh, that's on the outside one. But yeah, those are the three ways that bad code detection will happen. For now, babi's probably just going to do whatever the syntax highlighting says. The next extension to that will be using linters, and then maybe we'll add some amount of language server stuff, but I don't know. I don't quite know how that's going to work out. It's fine. If you don't use the -9 flag, there's some time between the actual kill and termination. Well, it sends sig term. It's really just like whether it responds to it or not. -9 says since sig kill, which you can't really catch, and it'll just die. Subpreet says, it's funny how you specifically mentioned how to quit Babi. Yeah. Oops, that's not an internet browser, this is the internet browser. Yeah, currently you can quit Babi by doing Control-X or Escape plus :Q. Yep, yeah, I made sure to call that out very first thing, because it's important, you know? And the reason that, well, one of the reasons that I do this is in Nano, what is the RC, how do I turn off? Ignore RC files. So nano-I, so in normal Nano mode, it tells you how to quit Nano at the bottom, but I don't know, I think this is a waste of space, so I turn it off when I use Nano, so there's no little help bar at the bottom. And as such, Babi also doesn't have a little help bar at the bottom, so it's kind of important to tell you how to quit a little bit. One asks, how are you going to do the highlights? So we're going to be using testsuite themes, and I already have the code in place to do the highlighting in Babi, but I need to do the like actual syntax parsing stuff. So fortunately, there's this function that I didn't realize existed until pretty late to the game. This change adder, or chigit, which sounds awful. I'm gonna try and not pronounce that out loud anymore ever again. That is bad. But yeah, this change adder function allows you to take the text that's already rendered on the screen and then apply a style to it. And I'm actually already using this highlight function to do the like pseudo visual mode, this thing. So this is actually applying the inverse and dulled styles to that text there. So that's how that works. This is normal inverse. This is inverse dull. So that's why they're slightly different colors. But yeah, I'll be able to reuse that same functionality. And like the hard part about highlighting is not making it super slow on edits, and so well, not making it super slow at startup also. And basically the whole goal is to avoid full reparses of the file. And so I think what I'm going to do, my plan is to have some amount of lazy parsing of the file. So like, let's say I open this file here, babi.py. On initial parse, I absolutely need to parse all of these lines, but I don't need to parse anything after that. And so I can just like only parse this and pause my syntax parser at that point, and not parse the entire 1,000 lines of the file. Nano currently parses the entire file, I think. And then when I make an edit, so let's say like I insert a character here, things that I really need to reparse in order to like restore the syntax editing, like worst case I need to reparse everything after it, but best case I can just reparse the token that it was part of, and if that token remains, like if the start and the end point remain the same, then I don't need to parse anything else. So I can get away with just trying to reparse one token. But in this case, so like the insertion, so this is probably a keyword token to begin with, and then after the insertion of this G, this probably changes to a name token. So I probably need to reparse this and then probably go on to the next token, and then like you'd probably get a white space token here, and then the syntax engine would be like, oh, okay, we've entered a state that we've seen before, and so like it can stop reparsing the rest of the file. There's some parts where this gets tricky, so like if I insert a quote, there's like an error token at the end here, but if I insert 3 quotes, then suddenly we've started a triple quoted string, and so it will need to reparse all of these lines, because they'll become part of that triple quoted string. But I think that's the strategy for how I'm going to do this, but I need to actually, like, that's way down the line. I need to actually get the highlighting engine working first, or the like, the selector engine is what I'm calling it right now. I need to make that work before I do this. Tupac says, "Do you think Pico is better than Nano?" I think, didn't Nano come later? don't know. I don't use Pico. I use Nano though. Sukulatum says, would you add line numbers to Babi? It'll slow the rendering. It actually won't make the rendering any slower. I don't really like line numbers myself, but I might add them at some point as like an option. But for now, I'm basically building this editor for me, and if I don't use the feature, I'm probably not going to add it, or at least not going to add it in the first version. It actually won't make the rendering any slower. Well, it'll make it probably like marginally slower, but because basically the computation you need to do for line numbering is figure out how many lines are in the file. So if there's 1,000 lines, you need to have 4 spaces for the line number. If there's 100 lines in the file, you only need 3 spaces, etc., etc. And then you need to figure out what line number is the top of the file, which we already do that logic, we already do that computation because of the scrolling code. So like, Babi already knows what line number this is. And then all you need to do is put insert the line number at the beginning of the line and then scoot everything over. And in Babi's case, that would be like shrinking down the rest of the line. I could actually show you kind of how I would do it. It might actually not be that hard to do. Oh, that's the status. This is this. That's the highlighting code. Lenster, Len. That.
What you really hear when you hear melody. Between one tone and another. Steps, as it were, on the scale. It's the interval. So in the same way, in the intervals between
File y plus I plus 1. And that might be enough to implement line numbers. Oh, we need to z-fill, right. Or would it be r-just? I think. Yeah, so now Babi supports line numbers. It's a little fucked up because the cursor's in the wrong spot, but you kind of get the idea. So like, it wouldn't be that bad to implement. Oh, my r-just is off by 1. But look, now Babi has line numbers. But like, you can see, like, it's not that hard to add features to this, especially because it's written in Python, so it's like pretty easy to like prototype stuff like this. But yeah, anyway, that's the idea. But I don't like line numbers, so only 2 lines of code to change to make that happen. I mean, of course, it's not perfect because the cursor position is off. But it wouldn't be too hard to like actually make that work properly. Tree sitter is pretty cool on that. Let me look at tree sitter. I've heard of it, but don't remember what it does. Tree sitter is a parser generator tool in an incremental parsing library. It can build a concrete syntax tree for a source file and efficiently update the syntax tree as the source file is edited. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, we're working specifically with TextMate styles and highlights because there's a pretty established ecosystem of both language parsers and theme files that we'll be able to piggyback on. So that's what I'm going with, and I've invested enough time that I don't really want to change that at this point. The NIM standard lib syntax highlighter is 1 file, 500 lines. It's mostly a long case switch. Oh, interesting. It's a GitHub project that is used in both highlighting and jumping as far as I know. Tupac says, have you tried the Qtile window manager before? Written in Python and the config is through Python. No, I'm just using vanilla whatever. It's not the Wayland one, it's whatever the one before Wayland was. Shows how much I know. I think it's GNOME, something or other. I sound like I know nothing. I don't remember. I'm just like, can't remember the name of it right now, but it's whatever the default that comes with Ubuntu. I've tried i3 on stream, and like chat always is like, why don't you use i3? Why don't you use this window editor? Why don't you use this tiling thing? I don't know, man. I use the mouse. Like, this works for me. It's Unity, that's what it's called. Thank you, Knowledge. It works fine for me. So that's why I don't know. I do like to try new things, but also like I have something that works pretty well for me. I don't know why I would change it. Nano is a fork of Pico. Oh, if I remember, I thought it was a rewrite because of licensing, but I don't remember. But you might be right, Zach. Pico is really old. I doubt it's maintained. Yeah, me too. Nano was later. I just thought you said Nano was the worst. Oh. It's mostly that like Nano is a bad. I mean, I think it's objectively not a good text editor, but I use it anyway. So. Saucy Linguine says, I don't like command line editors. That's fine. You don't have to like command line editors. Some people like them. Some people like IDEs. Some people like a hybrid between the two. I myself really like IDEs, but unfortunately, like, with IDEs, like, my context switching time is just not worth it. And sometimes, I mean, you've seen me run VS Code in my VM. It lags to all hell, and like, I don't really want something that lags, you know? Knowledge says, I don't believe you're doing open source. How can you prove you're doing open source? I don't know. I don't know, man. Just trust me. I haven't pushed anything today, though. Let's see. Let me create a repo, and then I can prove it with science. I think I need to update the year here. 2020. We'll add a readme as well, so. Xmate, highlight. It'd be great if I could spell. Syntax highlighting engine. Written for babi. This uses TextMate syntax definitions, as well as TextMate themes to do the highlighting. To do the thing! These have been converted to JSON, similar to VS Code does. Babi TextMate. Great if I can spell my own name. TextMate. Syntax. We'll grab the link for that. TextMate. Cool, there's a readme. Initial commits. And my pie's gonna be mad. Breakpoint. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no. My pie cache. Oh. Didn't mean to check in the patch. Okay, so that's fine. What are you mad about with my pie? Is identical, has 5,000 channel points, damn. Nana is what I tell noobs to use, that's fair. That's fair, that's fair. Hey, what's up, who is it? Who is it? I see. Not who is it. What am I doing? Half hour to learn Rust. I think I did a similar, like, quick bootstrapped Rust when I did some Advent of Code. That's 2019? Yeah, that's right. What did I do in Rust? 5? I thought I did a different thing in Rust. Maybe I did that one in Rust. Yeah, I did kind of like a super quick Rust implementation, like learned some interesting stuff. But yeah, I'm nowhere good at Rust, and I do want to get better because I think Rust is gonna be eventually something that I use all the time. Now it says, is this going to be using a language server? Not for the first bunch of versions, but eventually. Eventually it may use a language server, but for now it's going to be self-contained. And Zach says, which one is better to use, an ORM or raw SQL? And if the second, how should I store them? So the answer that I will give is kind of both. Yeah, kind of both, in my opinion. Let's see, let's talk about ORMs and where I think they're best for. I think ORMs are something that you absolutely should use if you're working in a large application with a lot of other people who won't necessarily understand all of the code that you're using, or in cases where you plan to target more than one database engine. Because an ORM helps you abstract away all of those differences and things. They're also especially useful in places where you're working with an object model already, and they either like come for free, for instance, like when you're working with Django, or like when you're working with basically just Django. Or if you're in like some other language that has ORMs out of the box, like Code First in C# models. I forget what they're called, or Entity Framework, that's what it's called. Like if you're building your object model based around your data model, then ORMs make a lot of sense. The problem with raw SQL, and I would never suggest using like completely raw SQL, like you always want to be using prepared statements so that you're not like having to worry about SQL injection and those other things. But you can often get slightly better performance out of handcrafted SQL than you can from an ORM. Now granted, ORMs are constantly getting better and better, and this is similar to like compilers. Like I'm sure 30 years ago someone would have said, oh well, you can beat GCC if you hand twiddle assembly, but like nowadays it's pretty hard to beat GCC and still have like valid well-defined behavior while using inline assembly. The other case where you would want to use raw SQL is if you don't want to pull in a dependency. So like I have several projects that use SQLite as a data store. Precommint's a good example. Precommint actually uses SQLite, which that's the store. Store? Yeah. And Precommint uses some raw SQL, and it uses prepared statements so that like these parameters get substituted by the actual engine itself. But Precommit is only ever going to use SQLite. It's never going to use MySQL or Postgres or who fucking knows what. It is developed on by quite a few developers, but for the most part, like this SQL is isolated to this one module, and it's pretty dead simple. There's no complicated joins. There's no like business objects. It's really just a bunch of strings for the most part. And like this SQL is also pretty stable. It's not something that's really changing over time. Now, granted, like one of these tables is newish. Where is the new table? And by new, I mean probably pretty old. Yeah, this one. This table is relatively new, such that Precommit actually, still for backwards compatibility, retries creating this table every time it runs. Oops, that's not what I want. Knocked over my chopsticks. When did that get added? Implement Precommit GC. Oh, so almost a year ago. Well, actually more than a year ago. So maybe I can probably delete that conditional logic, but anyways, like this is one example where like raw SQL works pretty well. Hey, what's up, Arzaflow? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Knackle Eric, random thought, change the stream title to Senior Lift Engineer writes a Vim/Emacs competitor for cloud and see the increase in viewership. Yeah, I mean, you're probably not wrong, Knackle Eric. Like, I could pull the same stuff that Primogen does and be like, I'm a Netflix engineer, look at me! Netflix this, blah blah blah. Like, I don't know. Sorry if you're watching this, Primogen. I'm just memeing. Don't take it personally. I do appreciate your stream and I appreciate your energy. I just don't quite have the same. I'm not gonna pull the same shit. Yeah, the problem, or at least like one of the problems with doing that is I would probably have to get all of this approved by PR and like legal and all that shit, and like I don't have time to deal with PR and legal, so fuck it. If people ask where I work, I'm gonna tell them I work at Lyft, but I'm not gonna like try and use that as part of my like advertising strategy. Though it would probably, you're probably right, it probably would increase my viewership because people will be like, oh, Lyft, that's a big company, blah blah blah. I want to see what that's all about. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question. For the raw SQL, I mostly keep it inline just so it's easy to see from the code. The lack of documentation on the README. Oh, do you mean for my syntax highlighter thing? Yeah. Well, I don't actually plan to turn this thing into a library quite yet. I'm mostly just using it as like a testing bed so that I can plug it into my editor. Suku Adam says, how do you like the async Python? Whenever I make async code or test something async, I feel like I'm touching something which is bleeding. I feel the same way. I feel like async IO in Python is pretty clunky. Then again, like my one experience with it was my chatbot. Not that one. Not that one either. This one. My one experience with async IO has been this chatbot, which like the bot's not terrible, and like the interface is kind of fine, but at like the bottom of it, like none of these functions are actually async. And the only reason these are async was because I was like forcing async. I was not really like writing async code. I was mostly just like forcing the envelope. Like I totally could have just done it as a synchronous IRC bot, and the code would have been almost the same, probably simpler, probably a little bit easier to understand. But I was like, trying to force myself to learn async IO. But yeah, I kind of get the same feel that it feels very bolted on, and if you want to use any library with async IO, you basically have to like rewrite all your code, which kind of sucks. I don't really like that part about it, so that's kind of annoying. Yeah, that's my feel on async IO. I don't really like doing it myself, but it works. It's Identical says, or change the title to I maintain half of the third-party Python libraries. See how I create more. It's funny because you're not that far off from being right. I maintain a lot of stuff, unfortunately. And Zach says nice. Yeah. Knowledge says you should check in patches so people can see your change history. I mean, I do. I just haven't finished this one yet. We gotta fix all these MyPy errors. I made compile time ORM. It won't exist at runtime. Whoa, that's kind of cool. Robert drop table students dash dash. Yeah. See, the thing is with the prepared statements, they won't. That won't be a problem. SQLite does have prepared statements, or at least the API in Python does. I assume that SQLite itself does. Yeah. Look at all these prepared things. So yeah, SQLite definitely does have prepared statements. Design Uncle says, well, no one is going to hack pre-commit, no raw SQL should be fine. Yeah. Well, like, I also don't think they're going to be able to hack it because prepared statements, that's why you prevent it. Saucy Lime Green says, where do you keep password/API key? So for, at least for my bot, I mean, this is just one example. I keep them in a little JSON file that's 600'd, although this isn't a multi-tenant system, so it doesn't really matter. This isn't the most secure or like secret store, but works well enough for me, so that's why I do it. I don't know. All sorts of most of my other keys are either like SSH keys and then like other stuff. Sudo cat config.json. Yeah, you could do that. I actually did cat it last stream. Yeah, so this was me catting that file last stream. Oh, look, my OAuth token is ... You got me, guys. Oh, but my I remember like, whew, blood pressure was super high when I did that. It was fun. But yeah, most of the other stuff I put in like domain specific storage. Like for instance, oh, I really hope it doesn't show my token. Google or GitHub wouldn't do that. That would be below them, right? Right? Just to be sure. Okay, cool. Yeah. So like here's a domain specific key storage. So like I've stored this GH token secret in this repository, which I then use from a GitHub action, which has access to those secrets. Here's where I grab that token. Yeah, that's one example. Yeah, I don't have any like special, I don't use Vault or whatever to store stuff. I followed you before I knew that you worked at Lyft. Nice. Now it says, for stream title, I could now do Pigeon Dev uses Git. That's pretty good. Now, Nakalaric says, meet in the middle, ex-Yelp engineer. Oof. Yeah, go for the real spice. Lyft, ex-Yelp engineer does Python shit. Good forklift. Saucy Lane Green says, should I learn software design patterns? I guess kind of. I don't know, they're useful. Wait, are you the... Am I gonna regret Googling this? $1,000 repositories? Holy sh... Like this person does lots of things. What do they mostly work on? JavaScript? And Swift, I guess. I don't know, this guy looks like he's a little bit more, he has 160 plus sponsors? Jesus fucking Christ. Damn. Makes bank. Full-time open sourcer. Wish I could do that. I wish I could do that, but alas, I have a real job, unfortunately. Then Nichols says, I love hijacking Twitch bots. Yeah, that's good. Knowledge says, see, this is why I'd suggest JQ to pass JSON. You just want me to run JQ on this file so you can see the contents. I'm not gonna do that. So Adam says, do you check setup.py before pip installing something on a machine with SSH keys? Not usually. I probably should more often. At least with at least when pip is installing from wheels, it's not going to run arbitrary code, but like but yeah, I don't realize I could Nagaleric says, I remember when my Twitch bot got hacked before I understood what gitignore was. Ooh. Yikes. I didn't know you could do that on GitHub. Yes, I also have a sponsors page. If you want to sponsor me on GitHub, shameless self-promotion. How do I even get to it? Sponsor page? Nope. Now we can get to it from my user page. Have my user page open? The reason I ask is because my page takes forever to load and then usually doesn't. Thank you, GitHub. Rumble. Where's the sponsor button? And how do you even get to it? I can see my own. Sponsors dashboard? No. Sponsors. I was so close to having it right. But yeah, here's my sponsor page if you want to check that out. But yeah. This dog rates more than me. Basically the most dependent on npm package owner. Interesting. JQ auto censors tokens. I'm not falling for that. It's identical. I know better than that. Run JQ to get the keys. Yeah. Sneaky. Why do you have that problem with my profile? I think it's because I do too much stuff on GitHub. I think it's because I'm too active. It's now cached, so it loads fast, but like the first load is always super slow. I think it's because of this, and also that I have just like lots of pretty popular repositories, like lots of activity. Like let's see, like I opened 108 pull requests last month. I reviewed 86 pull requests. I made like 12 issues. I made 323 commits and 81 repositories. Like I do a lot of stuff on GitHub, and I think that's part of the reason that this is super laggy. Yeah, that could be why. Spec says, in the rights code, I feel like you could eventually become a full-time open sourcer. That's the dream, man. If I could quit my job and like stream open source all day, I would be so happy. Because I love doing this. I love hanging out with you guys, talking code, working on cool projects, you know? It's the life, but I wish didn't have to spend a full-time job to make the bills, you know? Yeah. Also Java and JavaScript. Yep. GitHub, Grubhub, all the same. You're right, the endless server. The number of times that I've typed GitHub when I'm trying to go to like Reddit or Grubhub, too many times. I've gone to like github.com/r/ whatever subreddit I was looking for. I would have thought they'd be lazy loading stuff. Apparently not. But I report this like once every couple of months. I'm like, hey, my profile's still not loading. Can you guys fix it? And they're like, oh, sorry. We'll have our engineers look at it. But I never hear back from them. I think I have like 18 open support tickets on GitHub right now, which is frustrating. But being a power user, I found bugs all the time. Yes, YouTube, we're still listening. Thank you for the check-in. Catherine says, getting ready for a trip and miss party stream. Sad face. That's fine. I haven't really written much code. I mostly just copied some stuff around and ran MyPy once. Talked about a bunch of other stuff. Runsen says, how do I install text teaser package in Python? I have no idea. Pip install thing. That's my guess. Okay. Highlight demo, line 50. Incompatible return type. Not dict color int expected dict int color. Okay. Easy fix there. Line 50. What do you mean? I just fixed that line. Line 50. Oh, this is in babi. Fix it twice. Color int. Getting relentlessly trolled by one user. Maybe they've hard-coded it to be slow. Oh, yours probably isn't slow because I've just recently loaded it, so I'm in the hot cache right now. That's usually what I've seen. 113 argument foreground rules to theme has incompatible type tuple stir color expected tuple stir color. Oh, I forgot a dot somewhere. I forgot it on all of these. It's an easy fix though. Is that an uncle says, are you gonna add this as a dependency or vendor it? I'm gonna vendor parts of the code. No dependencies here. Next says, oh, I have a question for you. Okay, so I finished the Discord bot and I need some advice. I'm going to be running on a school network and therefore I can't really install the dependencies I need. I need a way to install the dependencies on something else and bring it to school. What would you do? I have tried relocatable virtual-ems, but they break every time I move them, and I'm not sure Docker would work. Any advice? Docker would certainly be the easiest way. If the machine at school is running, it has Docker. Another thing that you can do, so the hardest part with moving virtual-ems around is you need, what is the way I want to put this? You need the source machine and the target machine to be the same software. So like if your source machine is like Ubuntu Xenial and your target machine is like, oh, it's Raspberry Pi. Well, can you bring the Raspberry Pi home and install it and then bring the Raspberry Pi to school and just plug it in? That'd be one way. That would certainly work, but I think like Docker is going to be your easiest approach. The other thing that you could do is if you don't have any binary dependencies, you can find if you have binary dependencies like find babi vm -name star.so. Yeah, so these are all binary dependencies. So like you wouldn't be able to install mypi-c or type-to-st, but if I pip uninstall mypi, I don't even know why I installed it there. Oh, well. Okay. But anyway, if you don't have any binary dependencies, you can really just pick up the site packages directory and drop it into a virtual env on your other device. And that would be another way you could do it. You could also look into zip apps. Which, like, this is the standard library zip app. You could also look into Shiv. Shiv Python. Which I've heard good things about, but haven't actually tried myself. So that's another thing you could look at. Oh, hey, I know this guy. He works on DH Virtual Env. He's pretty cool. But yeah, that would be one way, maybe. But yeah, those are something like that. My name here, 1337, says, Anthony writes code, what do you make it? Working on a text editor, but we're in particular working on a highlighter for the text editor. This is kind of the the work in progress that I have so far. It works for very, very simple cases, but we're going to be improving that engine, the like piloting engine today to work in the generalized case. At least that's the goal. It might be a lot of work, but I eventually want to get that working so that I can use it in my text editor, which babi babi. Which this is my text editor right here. And you can see you can edit text. Oh goodness. You can undo and redo. You can cut and paste. Of course, you can undo that as well. You can like select stuff and sort and like do all sorts of stuff. Scroll around, you know, type text, undo, delete, backspace, and such. But it's a text editor. Yeah. So I'm working on the syntax routing stuff for that. Or you can get your own Pi, install it on that, and copy the dir to your school. Yeah, that would work as well. Now, or just proxy registry, yeah. Is that Identical says, how do you select the language automatically, from extension or doing a content scan? So right now what I'm doing is, I'm not doing any of the auto detection yet. I'm just manually picking diff. But the TextMate spec has several ways to detect them. This is not a good example. This is the one I want. So the TextMate spec, and for whatever reason, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, VS Code strips all these and probably uses their own file detection library. But in TextMate, there's two ways that files are detected. One is by this array of file types, and these are just file extensions here. And the other is first line detection. I don't know why this is twice. Oh, I guess they changed the format of this at some point, so this is like backwards compatibility. Yeah, this is the other way that they're detected by shebang. And so unfortunately, I think you have to loop over every single syntax type to figure out which one is which, but it's not the worst. But yeah, I think I'm not going to be able to use the VS Code ones. I'm going to have to convert these into JSON and then go from there. Yeah, that's how it's going to work. My name here says, can you explain what the @ does in code like @class method? Ooh, I need to make a video of this because I explain it almost every stream. But I'll give you the TLDR. We'll go real fast. T.py. So this @dec is what's called a decorator. It is syntax sugar. This code right here is the same as doing deffx print world and doing f equals decf. So what it does is it's syntax for construct this function and then pass it into this function here. So that would go up here, and right now it's just doing nothing. This is the trivial decorator. It doesn't actually do any execution, but you can do fun stuff with decorator. Decorators. Import functools. This is another form of the trivial decorator. But let's do some like interesting wrapping here. We'll just print something before and after. And you actually need to use a decorator to implement a decorator correctly. Use this functools.wraps. This just copies the function information onto this, so like the function name, the module, that sort of stuff. And so now if we run this, can see that we printed this, so and then we printed hello world wat, and then we printed after. So what happened here is we defined this function, then we passed it into this decorator here, we made a new function, and then we returned that. So this function actually gets replaced with this dec inner function. And then when we called this, it calls dec inner. Star args here is going to be just one argument called wat. We print before, then we called our inner function, which is this original one down here, passing along the same arguments. We didn't actually change any of them, but you could change them. And then it calls this, print hello world. Then the finally block runs because it's returning out of this. So we print after, and then the execution is done. That's like the TLDR of decorators. They can get more complicated, but that's kind of the simple case. I will paste that to you, and you can keep this little piece of code if you would like, but that's kind of the TLDR. Knowledge says, are there any non-binary things in Python? Like in Node, there are some packages that are architecture specific. Yes. So I have an example of one of those. Future breakpoint. So this is an example of a package that produces a binary artifact. And so like targz is the source distribution of this, but these WHL files are called wheels. And in this case, these are the mini Linux ones. So these target basically CentOS and above. Basically anything that can provide a really old libc or compatible. And you can also see I have Windows wheels down here. Didn't build macOS wheels. Who knows why? Because I'm lazy. But yeah, those are architecture and implementation and distribution specific. Not distribution specific. Architecture, which is like AMD 64 and ARM and such. That's one of them. Implementation, which is Python, the Python version, and the implementation of the Python. There's the third part of the tuple called. Not really the operating system, but whatever. Anyway, there's a 3-tuple, and yeah, that's how wheels work. C Complex says, hello Anthony, I'm your biggest fan, I'm 270 pounds. That's a good joke, I like it. Bex says, okay, so Docker, zip add shib, Python, dropping the directory into the VM at school. Yeah, that's how I would approach it. The function decorator, look up CentDex's video on function decorators. Oh, you can post links in chat too, so don't worry about it. Decorator is a tiny bit of metaprogramming that Python has. Yes, there's all sorts of wacky Python metaprogramming, but yes, decorators is one of the popular ones, or one of the most common ones that you. Lesson Linguine says, how do you learn? For me, mostly learning is like reading other people's code and building stuff. So we're gonna learn some stuff today about how syntax engines work in theory. Once I get my pie passing. Okay, back to my pie. But yeah, that's kind of a crappy answer, but foreground to style has incompatible type T expected color. Excuse me, what? Argument foreground to style is incompatible type T expected color. Why are you not generic? He's supposed to be a type var. Is this throwing it off? Argument 2 to match scope has incompatible type tuple stir color ... Expected tuple stir nothing. Ugh. And if I put this back, is it okay now? Oh, you're fucking me, right? That's so shitty. Functools, LRU cache. We found a bug in my pie. Generic. Why is it closed? Oh, duplicate. Generic decorators don't work with generic functions. Indeed. Indeed. Although the original example is now special cased in a plugin, the underlying problem is not solved. Oh boy. Damn. Well, I'm gonna watch this issue. Oh, that's annoying. How am I gonna fix this? Because we do want this to be cached. Do I just type ignore? That's annoying. Spec says, what was the directory and how do you find the binary files again? Also, hopefully this is the right link. Sorry if it's not. So the directory is VM lib site packages. Lib Python 3.6 site packages. This is the directory. And the command that I used to find binary files was find -name find that -name star.so. Hopefully that helps. Lucy Linguine says, what projects did you learn the most from? Probably the ones where I found bugs. Or where I didn't really understand how they worked. Whenever I found something that was just like, oh, that's a little bit surprising, I wonder how the code actually works. And so like I would look into how the code works and then learn from those. So I think for me, like PyTest was one that I learned a lot from. PyFlakes is another one I learned a lot from. Pyramid at some point, I learned a lot from that. I don't know, a lot of it's also just from like building stuff. Beck says, speaking of bugs, today I found a PHP app that bugged out and threw me all of the stack frames in the browser. I found the IP address of the server, the port of the server, the database, and the database password and environment variable. Oof. That's pretty yikes. Have you tried FD? Faster find and easier. I have not. I don't have it installed. Also, I got rid of my command not found handler, so... Simple, fast, and user-friendly alternative to find. Immediate syntax. That's weird. That's also kind of weird. Yeah. I don't know, Find works well enough for me, and I can't really expect anyone else to have other tools installed, so... Meh. I probably won't use it, but thanks for the link. Zolar says, hey Anthony, happy Saturday. Happy Saturday to you as well, and Sunday to those of you that are in special time zones. But, yeah. Hello, and welcome back. Does it mean your repositories will be horrible to learn from since there's no bugs? Yikes. I mean, I write bugs. I just try and fix them. No, I think you could still learn from my repositories. Oh, this is so fucking annoying, though. I guess I could go back to my individually cached functions. Or I could move the cache inside. I wonder if I change T to object, if that'll work. No, I don't think so. Locate is faster find, in my opinion, if you don't need that command. Well, locate requires you to have the locate DB ready. Clementino says, "Hey, how is your Vim doing? Sorry, text editor. It's going alright. We're working on highlighting today. Where's my demo? There we go. We're working on this. This is my like pseudo working thing, and we'll improve it eventually." Dolor says, "Have you given up on Advent of Code?" No, I just am taking a break. I need to learn some math, and then I'll continue. I have like a page that shows me some like math theory stuff, and then once I learn that, I'll be able to finish 22 part 2, or 21 part 2, whatever I was stuck on. I think I was on 22 part 2. But yeah, once I learn that, I'll be able to do day 23, which should be another what is it called? Int code, int code problem, which I'm usually pretty good at those, so that'll probably go well. And then we'll have day 24, which is probably a doozy, but whatever. Day 24 wasn't as hard last year, so we'll see. And then day 25 is a half day, so usually it's not so bad. Yeah, we'll get back to it eventually. Sadly, when I found that, I thought it was a CV, even though it wasn't. Even though I don't think it is. Oh, CVs are fun. I think I have 3 of them to my name, maybe. I forget. If you basically live in Vim anyways, why not use Vim OS? Right? It should be named Advent of Math and Algorithms. True. Oh. Man, this is so annoying because this code does exactly what I want it to do. How do I change it so the type checker is happy is the problem. How do I work around this bug in the type checker? I could type ignore all these, but that's not quite right either. And it works fine in the slow mode. Let me fix these other problems first, and then we'll come back to this one. Okay, 195, which will actually be this here. Incompatible types in assignment. Expression has type none, variable has type pattern any. What do you mean? How can you not infer this, my pie? This is so obvious. But it's mad about this one too. Right? Yeah, both of these. Why do you think it's of type none? Clearly optional pattern stir. Like this should be very straightforward. We'll convince it of what is true. 53. Argument patterns to rule has incompatible type tuple rule ... expected tuple rule ... Oh no. Oh. No. I was halfway through typing this, kind of amazing. Alright, now we get to play the spot the difference game. Are they all the same? They should all be the same. Name, match, begin, and content name. Captures, capture begin. Oh, they're not the same. They are not the same. Now are you happy? Okay. What if I do this? Protocol member rule.begin expected settable variable but got read-only attribute. So do I need this? Do. Huh. Annoying. And this is all because MyPy doesn't have circular types. Ugh. Annoying, but what are you gonna do? Property. Def include. Actually, why did this work? Oh, because it's a type variable annotation. Okay, you happy now? Argument patterns to grammar has incompatible type tuple rule ... expected tuple rule ... And 298. Patterns to grammar has incompatible type tuple rule expected tuple rule. I just fixed that, didn't I? What do you mean? Oh, is this one? Okay. Annoying. Is to work around lack of circular types in MyPy. Just make a virtual env and figure out the error message so I can find the thing. Let's see. Beck says, I like InfoSec and application security research. Should I get a computer engineering degree or a computer science degree? I'm biased, but I'm gonna tell you to always get a computer science degree. Just because it's more universally applicable. You can always learn the computer engineering later, if you need to. That's not something great. Time to rewrite MyPy, right? MyPy's code is pretty tangly. It's pretty unfortunate. Lumentino says, which areas will be the most thirsty for work power in 2020 plus in programming? I don't know, I think software engineering in general will always be pretty lucrative. I hate to say, like, data science I think is going to be pretty big, but it seems like it's probably going to be. I don't know. I don't have good answers, I guess. My pie, Tina pie. Does this really work now? Am I just like fucking myself? Oh boy. Well, this is pretty special. Internal error, maximum semantic analysis, iteration count reached. Can't resolve name grammar, possible cyclical definition. Oh boy. Wow. I know I need to quote these. Yeah, it's just super fucked. I haven't seen it crash like that before. Okay. We still need to figure out the minimal case there. None is new, undefined, yeah. Solar says, I'd bet on AI and ML. Yeah, unfortunately. Beck says, I don't know if I said this already, but sometimes I wish the bot was written in Golang because Golang compiles code into binaries and packages all the dependencies into said binaries. Yes and no, because you still have to deal with architecture differences there. But yeah, it is certainly a advantage, I guess. Although then you have to rewrite the world in Go to make that work. Next place says, Andy writes code, is it okay to say that a Linux-based operating system is built on Linux? I mean, technically Linux just refers to the kernel, so I don't see why it wouldn't be okay. I mean, I've said similar things. I think it's close enough. I think you would probably be something... You'd probably be more accurate by saying it's it's a operating system that has the GNU Linux kernel. Something like that. And like stroke your neck beard as you do that. I don't know. CS50 on NX. Yeah, I've heard CS50 is good. Oh yeah, you can do it in Nim, that's true. Why did you put the annotation as a string? So, if we do this... and run it in Python 3.6... fuck. If I could actually type code... you get a name error because Python 3.6 doesn't support forward annotations. But if you put it in quotes, then it works fine. And MyPy knows about quoting annotations, so that works fine. But in 3.7, you can do from future import annotations, and then you don't need to do any special quoting. That's why. That is why. Fixplay says, AI development is going to be big. It seems like it's always getting more advanced, and knowing how to optimize the code to take full advantage of the hardware doesn't seem like a bad path. As long as you're okay with potentially being responsible for the death of humanity. Bruh. AI is the new blockchain. I mean, so many fancy if statements though, right? That's really all it is. His identical says, can I spam 50x canoe in highlighted mode? Should I do it? Probably no. XD says, what does the arrow mean? It's a return annotation. So this is basically a comment that says this function should return a thing of type C. And Python doesn't really do anything with it, but external tools such as MyPy and PyTypes can do type validation based on those. Hey, what's up? Johnny Richard Kahn says, "Wow, someone who uses Nano. I can feel the judging through the screen." Yeah, I use Nano. I'm actually working on my own text editor, which is a Nano clone with more features. But we're working on the syntax highlighting for this editor today. It's called Babi. It's very similar to Nano, but it has some like oops. It has some fancier features like like sorting and stuff. There's some other stuff that's like an improvement on Nano, and it's written in Python from scratch by me. But yeah, I do use Nano like a noob. Saucy Little Green says, I'm fine with AI wiping us out. Yeah, well, I'm planning to go out in the climate wars, you know? But yeah, this is, which tab is that in? Yeah, this is what we're working on today, is the syntax highlighting stuff. So this is a demo of like a very, very simple syntax and a very, very simple file parsing. But it's not perfect, and we need to improve upon it. Can we have a free enterprise serial key for Babi Kappa? I mean, it's on GitHub, so you'll be able to just download the source for free. And it's permissively licensed. You can do whatever the hell you want with it. Spec says, I might have to build a Windows app. I'm sad about this. I don't know, C#'s pretty nice. I don't like Windows. Just haven't been able to write one in a while. Okay. My bypasses right now. I wanted to get the circular type error, which used to be a thing that was just like, here's the issue. Maybe I install an older version of it, it'll work. Fuck, why do you work suddenly? There we go. Recursive types not fully supported yet. Oh, it's good when it's a purple link. Hey, nothing but Snark, thank you for the subscription. Greatly appreciate. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I'm already subscribed. Perfect. Currently working on adding support in November 7th of 2017. 2019. I guess it's not that old. I wanted to link to. But yeah. Ooh, well, first Johnny says impressive typing skills. Yeah, I type pretty fast. And Juan points out that I've been streaming for 2 hours. I'm gonna get more water. I will be right back. Very, very quick. Just gonna grab some water. Zach. Water pit. I spilled. One says, can annotations be F strings? Nope, they cannot be. Well, they could, but like, my Pi doesn't know about them. Fixed Place says, speaking of licensing, what license are you using? GPL, MIT, BSD, or other? All of my stuff is MIT licensed. Just because I don't want to think about it. We want Drunk Company. I don't think I can drink today. Hey, nothing but Snark. Thank you as well for following. Wow, subscription before following. That's aggressive. I like it. GB Pratt says, I fell in love with Precommit last night. Great work. Have been enjoying the streams for a few weeks now. Awesome. Glad to hear that you're on the Precommit hype train. But yeah, Precommit's great. I really love it. It's my baby. I'm glad you like it too. Yeah. It's one of my favorite things to work on. Nothing but Snark says it's called never using Twitch. Nice. Well, welcome to Twitch, and thank you for the support. Let's see, what were we doing? There's probably a don't ship comment. Yeah. We're trying to figure out how to make my Pi okay with this. BSD is pretty nice license. Basically means people can use it for whatever, including selling. Yeah, MI2 is same way. In fact, isn't it a derivative of the BSD license? Burping all over the place. I don't know what that's about. Okay, so we need to fix this. Which means we want this to be cache, but can't do it this way. Which sucks. It sucks a lot. So I could go and make individual functions that cache individually. One way. I could isolate the type ignore to one place. I could probably flip these somehow. You're getting questions on Twitter about streaming in a second, so consider this buttering you up. I see. I see. Well, I will answer those eventually. Unless they're quick, and then I can just do it right now. I don't have any notifications, although Twitter could be just slow. But yeah, feel free to ask me questions on Twitter as well. You can also DM me. I leave the DMs open. See what happens there, but RKJ says need to give a lightning talk at work next week and considering doing it on pre-commit. Oh, that would be awesome. That'd be pretty cool. Let me know if you need help with that. I'd be happy to contribute to that. Yeah, so my problem here is I want to cache for all selections because oh, actually, I think I remember this being like a slight optimization. So we can just like make these inner functions here to do, what was the MyPy bug? Generic decorators for generic functions. MyPy doesn't properly support putting LRU cache on select above. Python/MyPy this. Hey, what's up, Johnny Richard Com? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, even though you've been in the chat. I see you. Thank you for the follow. Juan says, have to go, see you. Well, thanks for stopping by. I'll see you around in the future. Thank you, as always, for hanging out. Catherine says, have you considered doing a pre-commit talk? Yes. The problem is, every time I start doing it, I go down like this huge rabbit hole, and then like, I lose a lot of focus, and then I never actually end up finishing it. But yeah, I think I just need the proper like headspace and motivation and like some place to give the talk, and then do it like that. I've done internal talks on pre-commit, just not something that's like, this is why Lyft should use it, blah, 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 blah. Like, this is why Yelp should use it. But, yeah, and like, I put together a lightning talk, but then didn't submit it in time one year. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can find that. I don't know if it actually still works. This not get published to GitHub pages? We'll see if this renders. It's been a while. I think I made this in like 2015. This presentation might be super old. Oh, it's using Bower. Oh, that's how you know it's old. God damn. Oh, and it still says Yelp. Yeah, this is some old shit. Let's see if this even works. Yeah, this is the Yelp branding pre-commit. Stop wasting time in code reviews. Yeah, including the Yelp branding down here. Yeah, this is the bullshit that Yelp would always pull, is like if you ever gave a presentation, you had to use Yelp branding and had to like, I think there's like a link to the Curves page at the end here. Yeah, we had to like always include this. I could have just pressed end. But anyway, this was the presentation that I put together, but then never. What's going on here? Oh, rendering just like a graphics card glitch, probably. Your indentation is off. This doesn't conform to Pepe. Your inputs are out, blah, blah, blah. Something like that. Stop! Stop it! This is the old Yelpy red. They've changed the red since then. Tools, blah, blah, blah. I don't remember. Git hooks. Ah, the line break really ruins it here. Oh, these are so old. This is like right when it started supporting tags. These didn't even have releases yet, so they didn't have tags here. 041. The configuration actually hasn't changed much since then. Like this, I think, still works in I think if I plug this in, it would still run. Maybe not. This is probably before I switched to pre-commit hooks.yaml. Maybe this wouldn't work. Oh, look at this sweet GIF. Nice GIF. Good job, me. Not a working commit. Anyway. But anyway, that was a presentation I put together a really long time ago, and then never actually gave the presentation, but it was a thing at some point. But that's on GitHub. Just read the MIT license and it seems like a good choice. The entire license is like one paragraph. Yeah, it's simple. Simple, straightforward. A lot of things use it. Sam Blue says hi. Hello, Sam Blue. Welcome to the stream. Catherine says, the first time I heard of it, one of your Yelp coworkers talked about it at Pi Gotham. I had it bookmarked for a really long time until I met you at GitHub Universe. Oh, interesting. I wonder which person that would have been. At Pi Gotham. Who do I know that would live in New York? Anyway, I'm glad they talked about it. That's pretty cool. Saucy Linguine says, I'm always going down rabbit holes. Me too. Me too, my friends. Me too. Bauer. Yeah. It was hot shit back then. But yeah, and apparently it still works, but it's pretty special. The name is recommended to be lowercase and can contain digits and dashes. What's the name? It's Babs. Oh, there was a space. Oh well. Fuck it, Bauer. Fuck it. What's a code review? Oof. That a little scary. Kevin says, I've been reading a bit lately about what companies can require of their workers in terms of open source ownership and personal work and stuff. It's shocking. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. It's to the point where like it was part of my like contract negotiation at Lyft. I was like, hey, I spend a bunch of time on open source and yo, if you own it, that's not gonna be cool. So I'm gonna continue owning my shit. Cool? And they're like, yeah, I guess. But I did like agree that like if I'm using work time, it's contributions made by work, which pretty fair, I guess. But yeah, hush hush. My pie looks great. Yeah, my pie's pretty amazing. Oh, Scott Triglia. Yeah, he's great. Striggles, as we would call him. But yeah, Striglia is I think he works at Stripe now. Which means he's not doing Python anymore. stuck in the Ruby mines. But yeah. Okay, what was I doing? Select foreground. It's basically redoing the code that I had written before. Oh, I learned this new trick in Nano. It doesn't work in Babi yet, so I'll have to do that eventually. But if you select something and then do a find and replace, oops, foreground, background, you can replace in just that block. It's kind of nice. Foreground with bold. Foreground with italic. So a little gross, but yeah, whatever. Oh, these should be underscored. But anyway, it should be easy to fix. Oh, also there's a typo there. Funk tools, not funk tolls. Saucy Linguine says, why did you decide to work for Lyft? Well, I got fed up with Yelp and I quit. And then I had like a month just like piss around. So I went to Canada, spent some time there. That was fun. And then I did like a massive recruiting search. I think I interviewed at like 10 companies and I did like 45-ish interviews over like a 2-week period. And holy shit, was it a lot of interviewing. It was basically a full-time job. It's a lot of work. I had this like fancy spreadsheet that my girlfriend at the time helped me put together, and basically figured out based on a bunch of different dimensions. So some of them were like whether I liked the company, whether like how long my commute was going to be, how much my take home was going to be, whether they were public or whether I thought I could realize their assets in a reasonable amount of time. So like Lyft was like a minus in the are they public because I wasn't able to get RSUs instantly, but their offer was double trigger RSUs, so I was still accruing money and with the like assumption that they would go public within a few years, and they did, so that was a thing. Hey, what's up, Randall Bobandy? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And then I guess the last was also like tech stack and stuff. So yeah, and Lyft paid a lot more than everyone else, so that made it a little bit easier to choose. But also, I really like working at Lyft, so it's been fun. Xplace says, it's surprising how many people forget that Microsoft literally paid for a keynote at a Linux convention just to have a racist guy stand on stage and ask people to inflict violence against white people purely based on race. What? I haven't heard about that at all. I never heard that memory in the first place. Time to Google. You and me both, Saucy Linguine. Evil in Hunter 2 says, can you explain how you were passing functions? I'm a noob Python user. So here I'm just calling. I'm not actually doing, oh, and I forgot to actually place the interesting bit. Sorry, let me write this real quickly. Not underscore plus. Rules. Replace that with self dot underscore select \1. Oh, comma. Hey, nice regexes. Hey, Augustus Germanicus, thank you for hosting with one viewer. Oh, it's probably just you. But anyway, welcome to the stream. Thank you. Yeah, here basically. Man, I have a bit of an object model going on here that I'm using to do my highlighting here. So let me show you what it's doing, and then let me show you the output, and then I'll show you kind of how it works. So this is the output. We're feeding in a theme, a language grammar, and a file to highlight. And then it's doing some fancy stuff and eventually produces this highlighted output. And the way this currently works is I have three main data types that I'm using here. So I have a theme, which is parsing the theme data. I have a grammar, which is parsing the the syntax that we're highlighting with, and then I have we eventually parse the file. And then I have a selector engine, which is based on the theme, and that's going to be keeping track of the state of the theme there. And actually, now that I think about it, selector engine doesn't actually have any state. Maybe selector engine won't be a separate class, but anyway, for now it's a separate class. And the current general flow of things is I'm parsing the file line by line. I'm looping through all the grammar patterns, trying to find matches, and when I match, I go to my selector engine, which will figure out which style to apply to that particular token. And so, in this case, it finds. Oh, we can put a breakpoint here. Find one. Rule.name. Yeah, so this rule's name is meta.diff.header.gif. .git.gif. And when we select that, we see that we get a particular foreground color and a particular background color that's bold. And so if we just continue here, you can see that we printed that particular foreground, background, and boldness here. And yeah, that's basically the object model and how this works here. Basically said we don't need allies and accomplices. Sorry if my spelling is incorrect. Wow, that's pretty extreme. Well, given the right stage, people say shitty things to lots of people. That's the way it happens. You can do shit with Nano, I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm pretty good at Nano. Bye bye, Happy. I thought I made these nested classes. Oh, I forgot to get rid of it up here, probably. It's green. Sweet. What do we got? What did we change here? We got rid of the decorator. We moved all those functions around. And a document here. Okay, so 2 hours to do not very much. And now we can actually get started on writing some like tests and stuff for this. Sarcastic
Why,
Dante.
Bobby, when you have Emacs Anthem 63 Python.
Sarcastic Dante with the resub. Thank you very much. Why Babby when you can have Emacs? Thank you, friend. Welcome back. Wow, 8 months. You've got quite the streak going there. I think Mindful Fox still has you beat though, with the sub streak. Let's see. We're gonna make some tests, right? Let's test, touch tests. Okay, so most of the tests here are going to be around this select function, which currently doesn't like this is where all the smarts are going to be, and this is the hard part of this. Including the this is wrong thing. But we'll get there in a sec. Spreadsheets for job searching is a good idea. I'm gonna make one. Yeah, definitely agree. It's a good way. It's an easy way to organize things. Sigu Adams says, Sarcastic Dante, you also don't know how to quit Emacs? Let me show you. The funny thing about Sarcastic Dante's Emacs setup is if he opens Babby inside of Emacs, he can't quit Babby. You will never leave. What's the joke? How does it go? I've been using Vim for 10 years. I haven't figured out how to quit yet. Editors. Okay. So we can start by testing the basic setup here, and then we can work on more of the complicated cases. I also think that this stir will change. We'll have a different type for the actual selector itself. And this function will probably not be recursive when I'm done with it. Right now it is recursive because it was convenient to do this part of the ruling. But I've been thinking a lot about... I basically... my 10-mile run this morning, the whole time I was basically thinking like, oh yeah, the way I'm currently doing my scope selector engine and my text highlighting thing is completely wrong. I'm gonna have to think about a different way to do that. So I spent a lot of run thinking time about how I'm gonna do this. I'm not like 100% certain how it's gonna look, but I know that this is not going to work. And we'll write some tests. We'll write some tests that demonstrate the current behavior, and then we'll build on that and show why it's broken. But I guess the first thing, kind of like, sorry, getting ahead of myself. I'm gonna split this entry point into here to test several different things. Like right now we had this. This is like our highlighting demo. This is our like theme demo. I think I'm gonna split these out into 2 different commands in argparse, and then. Oh wait, is it add subparsers? Ooh, lowercase true right in JavaScript today. Let's go, boys. Let's see, highlight equals subparser. So that's the highlight one, and then theme theme parser. It's more like theme demo. We don't want to have underscores because those suck. We'll just call it theme. Argument. Add argument. Theme. Let's see. Def highlight. Make theme stir. Syntax stir. File stir. We'll get rid of this because we're not going to use it right now. And that'll return an int. And we can copy this code for that. To do magics. I agree, past me. I agree. If args.command is equal to highlight. Args.file. It's not a great variable name, whatever. Hey, what's up, GHM1? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you stopping by. Let's see. Def theme. One, two. Alright, past me in your magics. Okay, so this should be broken now. Add subparsers takes one positional argument, but two were given. Dest equals? Add subparsers. Just add parser? Highlight subparser is not defined. Let me change this to highlight. Args is not defined. This should be theme file name. So that's working again. And if we do theme, let's see all of the different theme. No, we can't. Stir object has no attribute background. Let's see. Back. Hey, what's up, recursive chat? Hello. Future Hertz says, hello, Anthony. How are you doing? And what are you doing? I'm doing all right. I'm a little bit tired. I went for a long run this morning, and I was already tired before the run, but I was very much more tired after. We're working on syntax highlighting for my text editor. This is kind of the... Alright, the song was just weird. This is kind of the like small demo of it sort of working. I took a very simplified case, and the simplified case is working, but it doesn't work in the general case yet. Basically, like, you know, baby steps to get there. But we're working on improving this today, first by like adding tests, and then improving like my setup for testing it and stuff. And yeah, once that's working, we'll then start plugging it into Babi, in theory. But yeah, that's what's going on. Extracting function refactoring. Yes, indeed. That's what I'm doing. First of chat says opinions on black. I like the concept. I don't like the implementation. I don't like the choices that it makes. The particular ones that I disagree with are some of the function spacing, double quotes, the slice syntax, and the fact that it sometimes changes semantic indentation. I myself prefer to use a series of other formatters which achieve a similar result, which is that all of the code looks the same, but it's slightly less aggressive about like reflowing the code. Honestly, the reflowing the code is probably the thing that is the most problematic to me. That said, I think black is a great idea, and if you don't have the personal gripes that I have with it, I would strongly suggest using it. But I use a series of other formatters that essentially accomplish the same thing. So I have this guy, which does single quotes instead of double quotes, because fuck double quotes. I use AutoPep8, which will normalize pep8 problems. I use flake8 to lint things. I use an import sorter that I wrote called reorder Python imports. It is black compatible, unlike isort, but also this doesn't require any like weird configuration to make it work. It just works out of the box. Then I use a tool called add trailing comma, which adds trailing commas, although sometimes it removes them. Yeah, this is basically black before black existed, is add trailing comma, but black adds a bunch of other stuff on top of this. And then PyUpgrade is also a code formatter. But yeah, this is my basic setup for stuff. And if I were using black, I wouldn't use this. I could get rid of this one. I could get rid of this one. So black would essentially replace 4 of these things. So, I don't know. It's not for me, but I can see why it's popular and why other people use it. Also, I've contributed to black, so I'm not saying that like black is shit. It's just like it's not something that I use. Also, it works well with pre-commit, which I'm super happy about. So, you know, the more people that use the more people that use black tends to lead to them using pre-commit. So, I'm appreciative of that as well. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question. Saucy Linguine says, should I stop using code completion? I mean, if it helps you, use it. I don't, because I don't have it. Well, I do have it, it's just shit. It's like really bad. Let's see if we can demo it here. I don't even remember the key for it. Like, control... Try to complete the current word. Control right square bracket. Yeah, like, doesn't, I mean, it kind of does some stuff, but it's also just kind of shit. I don't know, I might make an actual completion engine in Babi, but I haven't done that yet. Sundrail says, do you hate the JetBrains editor Kappa? I used to use IntelliJ to do Python code. For me now it's like too slow to do context switching to work on a bunch of different projects, and so I tend not to use chunky IDEs. And I'm fast enough at the terminal editors, so I just stick with them and they work pretty well. But yeah. Recursive chat says it reflows code. Yeah, it'll decide like, oh, this could fit on one line, and then just like ruin your day. actually which project was this on? I think it was on this one. Oh, this is some salt. Let's see if we can find it. This one. This random bot came by and like blackified my code. And I just closed it with get the fuck out. But if you look at it, most of what it did is just like fuck my shit up. Well, first like double quotes, whatever. That wasn't so bad. This is like pretty annoying that it adds all this white space here, because it was fine. It was fine before. This reflow is real weird. This is one example of it reflowing code. Like I think this is way more readable on the left-hand side than it is on the right-hand side. Don't really agree with what it did here. It did a similar reflow here. Double quotes stuff. This is the other thing that I don't like. I don't like the binary operators on the beginning of lines, because it's really hard to tell, like, well, this one has a not, so they do line up here. But if this didn't have a not, the conditions don't line up. The first one is weirdly different than the rest of them, so it's a little bit harder for a human to like glance at it and see which things are which. I know they changed it in Pep 8, but like I don't agree with it. Fight me. This one I don't know why it changed the code here. Rugs? But it did some reflow here as well. What other stuff is stuff? Oh, this was back when I used setup.py. It's a really long time ago. But here was the problem that I had the most with, was the way it rewrote my tests. Like, this code was intentionally written this way so I could see line by line what stuff did, and it was just like, ha, fuck you, we're gonna stick it all in one line, put like weird spaces in between. GLHF. Yeah, it made my tests completely unreadable. Whereas it was pretty clear what was going on before. Yeah. Anyway. I'll stop grumbling about black, but black can be good if you use it right, I guess. And if you start with it, it's probably not so bad. Sugo Adam says, oh wait, nope, we skipped one first. Bix Plays says, I still say you should make a working and or unstable branch just so you can use the stable branch to code it. Yeah, that's true, but I kind of want the syntax outing, you know? I guess I can use it to do this right now. Alias nano equals workspace babi vm bin babi. Let's see, nano highlight demo. Yeah. So we can use some babi. We'll see how it goes. We'll use it in this window, but not the other window. Sequel Adam says, have you considered recent PSF contracts? There was a chance to work full-time on free/open source software, at least for pip. I'm not sure hacking pip is a dream job for you. I did see that, and it did seem kind of enticing, but there are several developers. So there's some developers on the pip project that I absolutely love working with. Like Prajun, one of my favorite people in the world to work with. He's great. But there are some other people on the pip project that are some of the biggest dickheads that I've ever worked with. Hey, what's up, Inspirefly? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Well, I've been miffed by this guy at least twice, so he's not the one that I'm thinking of, though. This guy. I do not like working with him. He will nitpick to death any change for no fucking good reason, and doesn't really provide constructive feedback. Almost all of his like pull request reviews are like don't actually matter in the scope of the code that's being committed. There's this talk that I read or that I watched once. I forget what it was called, but it talked about like I think they called it possessive maintainer syndrome. Where it's like a pit that some maintainers fall into where they like don't want outside contributions, and if they do like a contribution, they will change the code to a point where it is less the contributor's original code and more code that they've written themselves. And so like they'll do things like nitpick change names on stuff, or like change like slight line breaks, indentation, test organization, stuff like that to make the code more theirs. And like this guy does a lot of that. I find it really obnoxious. Yeah, but like that's why I've stopped contributing to pip because of the interactions I've had with that individual. There's a bunch of stuff that I want to do in pip, just like gonna be a dick, then bye. So, but yeah, it would have been a cool opportunity. I would have been fine to work on pip. Like some of the stuff that they were asking for is actually pretty interesting to deal with, like dependency resolution, and it would actually fix a lot of my problems that I currently have with pip, because pip currently doesn't have any any proper dependency resolution. It's just like greedy first or something like that. Yeah, that's one of the big outstanding problems with pip, is like actually resolving daemon dependencies and like making decision, like having a decision engine about like satisfiability and stuff like that. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm not gonna be doing that. Also, the problem with working on like a contract like that is like I'm not set up as a person to work with contract work. Like once I would complete that, then what would I do? I'd be like kind of out of a job and like not really in a good place to like pick up the next thing. Like if I was always working on contract work, it would probably be a little bit easier to float something like that, but it really isn't. Future Hurt says, so you're creating an app which is an editor of what? Editor of text files. So like this is my text editor. You can edit stuff. That's what I'm working on. But the particular part that I'm working on is this highlighting portion, and we're going to be working more on that soon. But hopefully that also answers Chandu's question. What are you building? I'm building a text editor, and I'm building the highlighting engine for it today. Knowledge says, to be honest, I've come to despise code completion and IntelliSense stuff. I mean, it's nice when it works. It's just when it doesn't work, it's a pain in the ass. Johnny Richard Com says, why is your editor called Babi? What is the meaning? I actually really like the name. And the story behind it's pretty good too. Let's see. Hey, Mr. Metabytes, thank you for the resubscription. Greatly appreciate your contributions. Let's see, why is it called Babi? I usually use the text editor called Nano. Frequently, I typo this. On a QWERTY keyboard, when the right hand is shifted left by 1, Nano becomes B-A-B-I. So that's why it's called Babi. Originally a typo, and in my bash aliases, it's been configured as that for a while. Well, now it's configured as this, because when I develop on Babi and I type Babi, I actually want Babi. But if we look at the previous blame, look at the blame prior to this change. Yeah, it used to just be a typo alias. And I added that about a year ago, and then when I was working on my text editor, when I started working on my text editor, which I think was in July or June, so I've been working on this for like 6 plus-ish months, I changed that alias so that I could actually work on it. But yeah, when I started working on my text editor, I had no idea how complex it was going to be, and probably would not, well, I don't know, I'm happy that I've gone through it so far, but like, if I knew quite how much complexity there was, I probably wouldn't have done it. But, yeah. Recursive chat says, oh, I didn't know that. I haven't come across that situation. I see. Undergirl says, poor bot. Yeah, right. Knowledge sends bot to prettier all of my JavaScript code. I don't actually have that much public JavaScript code. I'm happy if you guys want to reformat my JavaScript code, because it's mostly shit. So feel free. Just the one caveat is you have to set a pre-commit for it, because otherwise it's just going to regress. That did happen to me. Now that you show me examples, I was just kind of like, meh, sure, I see. But I have opinions. I have strong opinions about these things. Do we block / non-mark nitpicks? Oh, I mean, yeah, he was like blocking my pull requests on nitpicks, and I was just like, oh, fuck that. Bye, Felicia. Whatever you do, don't look at one of my recent code reviews. Oof. Captain says, that is so sad. What a loss for Pip. Yeah, it happens though. I'm not going to go into details, but there's also some drama going on in the PyTest stuff right now, which, I don't know, which, if you've looked at my GitHub history, it's why I haven't really been working on PyTest all that much recently. So, we'll see what happens there. But I really want to work on PyTest. It's just like, there's been reasons that been not as much fun for me recently. But hopefully that gets resolved and then I can go back to actually working on it, because I really like that project and I really like representing the project as well. But until then, not currently happening. And Zach says, what about poetry? Pip alternative. So poetry actually uses pip, but the idea behind poetry is that it manages your lock files for you. So it's not really an alternative to pip, but more like a tool that you can use on top of pip. But yeah, poetry's good. I haven't used it personally, but the number of times that I've Google searched poetry and then been like, oh yeah, duh. Not everyone has Python on the brain. But yeah, poetry seems good. As for similar tools, or what I've been using is, or at least what we use at work, is a tool called pip tools. And this is how pipenv actually works under the hood, is they vendor pip tools and then use that internally. But what pip tools does is it basically gives you a way to generate requirements.txt files, and like that works well enough for me. So you can see here's like an example output. So they depended on Flask, and these are the dependencies that were transitive from that. In fact, you get double transitive, so like Flask depends on Jinja 2, which depends on markup safe. This is a pretty old compile here, because Flask is 1.0 now. I think markup safe is 2.0 now. I could be wrong. But, yeah. Pip compile, or pip tools is another alternative there. That's what we use at Lyft. Works pretty well. Mr. Metabyte says, I actually submitted a proposal for the pip RFP, but I'm kind of glad I didn't get it now. Oh. I don't want to like discourage anyone else. I've had bad experiences, but maybe your experiences will be better. Knowledge says, can't wait until the Vavu editor. Yeah, if you shift your hand over too. That would be pretty good. Johnny Richard Com says, have you tried the Ed editor? Yes, I have. That is the true text editor. Sukulanum says, what's wrong with PyTest? Nothing wrong with PyTest. It's just been some like personal issues. I'm not gonna really speak on them until like there's resolution there, so just know that there is reasons that I'm not working on the project right now, and hopefully I'll get back to it eventually. But till then, I will continue to suggest PyTest and use it, and like I just probably will be spending less time in a maintainer position. Anyway, let's get back to some code. What we're working on. We're working on making the theme thing work again, the theme preview. Because the code is broken. And MyPy will probably give me some hints, so that'll be good. 389. Stir has no attribute background. Alright. We need the same code that I had up here. We also need an engine. I copied this line for Y. Oh. What? too few arguments for style. Foreground style. We no longer have this. Uh-oh. The print styled defaults. And then engine.select this. The arguments theme has an attribute foreground. Oh. Right. Insertion error. This is wrong. Shush. Okay, so we're properly showing the default style. Oh, I'll probably still do the podcast to go at him. Probably not gonna be done with that. Let's see. Theme dot. Ugh. In theme dot foreground rules. Should probably have written a function for this, but oh well. Hey, what's up, 99 Parabellum 99? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Italic, and then underline, and then all styles dot discard. I think that's how that works. 4K in all insorted all styles. Engine dot select. Okay. Not completely correct, because this is gonna break. The selectors and the thing that I passed in here is not always. It'll work right now, but it's not correct. Generator expression must be print sized. Oh, that's new. Oh yeah, that was one of the things I think they changed in... Actually, it makes sense, because we're dealing with tuples. Fixed. Okay. This is the theme preview. So that's working again. One Dark Pro. It's eventually not going to work, and the reason it's not going to work is where's one of the examples? Yeah, here's an example. Right now this selector does match something, however that's only due to the like broken implementation of my selector engine, but I'll need to like reverse this. So it's this is a child selector, so I'll need to have in a JSON file, a JSON that contains a JSON. What? Anyway, it doesn't. It works right now, but for the wrong reasons. The italics work fine. The dark VS hex. Where is the meta.diff ones. Yeah, so these are the ones that I added, the header and the diff range. And the index, this was so I could demo the different styles there. But yeah, okay, that's working again. Split, highlight, and theme demo into separate commands. Need type for all styles. Oh no, that's Nano. We want Babi. We can cheat here. That way I don't have to add the type annotation. Because now it knows that it's a set of strings. Okay, we didn't actually make this GitHub on this repo on GitHub though. So let me do that. Yeah, my GitHub homepage also takes forever to load. Probably for the same reason that my profile takes forever to load. New repository. What do I call this? TextMate highlight. Yay, it's a thing now. Why unread? Oh, this thing. A little thing about talks. Let me close here. We're gonna need those later. Okay, so now I can prove that it is open source because it's here and it has a license, and the license is a MIT open source license. We finally got back to, oh, I want to say it was Knowledge who said that. I could be wrong though, but yes. Now we can actually work on this thing. Okay, so one thing that we realized is this theme, or the engine, doesn't actually contain any of its own state. It's really just a wraparound theme, so I think what I can do is combine theme and selector engine. Because what I originally thought was going to happen was that I originally thought that the cached state was going to be stored on the theme itself, but now I've realized that I can store the cache state just on function objects itself, and so I don't actually need to have a separate class there. The endless server says, I have a problem with VM. After creating one, pip is missing the TLS/SSL module, and I can't get modules by HTTP from PyPI. Any idea? I've seen that before. What version of Python and what Yeah, what version of Python and what operating system are you on? Because I've seen that happen on Windows in Python 3.7. I've also seen that happen on Mac OS. And I've seen an old virtualenv lose the ability to use SSL on Linux. I've also seen, somebody opened a pre-commit bug about this at some point too. This one. This might be helpful. Windows 10. This one showed that Conda had problems with virtualenvs. Yeah. I don't know, are you using Conda or are you using the python.org installers? Ready. Already. Yeah, I think Conda might be the problem. Maybe? If that's what you're using, but I don't know. But yeah, back to this. I can move this function. Oops, we can use... well, that's busted. Oh no, I did undo, I just didn't see it. Okay. It's like, oh no, we lost the code. But no, it was fine. Selection. Cool. Theme has no attribute theme. Okay, so that works. And that works. Cool. Awesome. It's a normal python.org installation, but that's the error that I'm getting. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know because it I think it works fine for me. Guess we can open up command and try it. Which Python? Python-m-vm. pvv. Prints no output because that's what mvm does. Takes forever. pvv scripts activate pip install pre-commit. Sure, why not? That seems to work fine. Did you maybe install the Windows Store? The Windows Store Python, or are they the Python.org MSI or like exe installers? So I've seen differences between those, and I know there's like this weird deactivate. I know there's this weird situation with the Windows Store Pythons that sucks. What is 3.png? Do I want to know? Probably not. Why do I have a bunch of PHP files here? What the fuck is this? is this? Why did I do this? What? I can't remember the last time I wrote PHP, and two, I have no fucking idea what this is. At least it's beautiful code, and it's really not though. Like I would, oh. Right, Nano is like weirdly buggy and back on Windows. I would have written this, well, in modern day PHP is like short tags suck, so probably would have done something like that. And I'd probably put spaces around my operators and all sorts of stuff, but anyway. No idea what that is. I wonder what common.php is. Oh, this is from PHP-BB. Forums, really old forum software. I don't know why it's in my home directory. Ooh, that was almost a bad tab complete. What other weird shit is there in here? I don't know what 3.png is though. I guess we can look at it. What could go wrong? Are you gonna open it? Oh, my computer buzzed a bunch and then it did eventually show up. Alright, 3.png. Risky click? Oh no. Oh, this might explain it. I think this explains it. That weird PHP file. Yeah, it does. This is a... what's it called? Unit conversion thing. This is probably in chemistry class. But yeah, we converted 1 hour per acres into the number of cotton fields via some whack-ass conversion ratios. Okay, it all makes sense. Everything is fine. Pewtee says, do you think it's okay to start out as SDET out of college and then move into software engineer 1? I mean, if you can just start as a software engineer, that's obviously going to be better. It's also going to set you better up for the future in like the next job things that you look for. But like if SDET is like your only opportunity, like it's probably fine to start there and eventually become a full-fledged software engineer. But like if you can get away with not going through SDET, you'll benefit, or you'll make more money, and you'll probably advance quicker. Justin Musty says, what are you working on? What is the project? Well, this is Windows shit. We'll pretend that doesn't happen. We're working on syntax highlighting for my text editor, which is identical. Helpfully posted the bang today command. WTF is scripts. Oh man, this is like the bane of my fucking existence. I recently tweeted about this as well. I did. Large bug, the size of a small bug, is completely blocking my ability to get software shipped. It's a dumb meme. Yeah, so this is me grumbling about the same thing. On Windows, for whatever fucking reason, well, I know why, like a really old historical reason, the directories for virtualenvs are completely different than they are on Linux. So this is what you would see on Linux. You have bin, include, lib. In fact, on macOS, you'd see the same. 192.168.1.2. Is that virtualenv here? Yeah, we do. We also see bin, include, and lib, as we see here. But on Windows, we're gonna use get bash because it sucks less. Oh god, what have I done? Oh no. I used the magnifier. Okay. I meant to do Control plus, but I did Windows key plus. Oh boy. Virtualenv in here? Yeah, I do. On Windows, it is capital include, capital lib, and capital scripts. Also this license. It's very different. But yeah, it's a thing. And unfortunately it means that like software needs to know the difference between the two. And so like in several of my projects, here's the most recent one that I looked at. I was like, oh yeah, I have to do this weird thing. You have to know based on the platform. you have to know based on the platform, like if the platform is equal to Windows, then the binder is scripts. But otherwise it's bin. So I have like this annoying if statement in a bunch of different programming languages in a bunch of different places. Which is just Is that your salary calculator? Yeah, nice tab enter hit right there. Yeah, that would have been a bad one. Delete all of, although I don't, do I have anything in my documents? Let's see. Nope, not Internet Explorer. That's the wrong click. Do this off screen in case there's questionable materials. Although I don't store anything questionable in my drive. It would just be like credentials or whatever. Users, Anthony. My documents. Where's my documents? Here we go. Uh-oh. Okay, so I would have lost some downloads, which, whatever, fuck it. I don't know what Zoom is. Oh, is that weird, like, video conferencing software? And I probably would have lost some game saves. So that's probably it. Armor F tab enter was really chill right there, right? Yeah. Future Hurt says, I bought a book called Head First Python. Do you know it? If so, do you think it's good? I don't really know many of the Python books. Let me see if I know the author, though. Look at this cover photo. This is such a, like, edgy cover photo. I like it. Oh god, what have I done? What have I done? Go away. I just wanted to look at the cover photo. Oh, close. There we go. Well, it's an O'Reilly book, so they're usually pretty good. Load important programming concepts directly into your brain. Preserve your data in a pickle. No, don't do this. Don't do that. Bad. Don't do that. I don't know. These concepts seem fine. There's a bunch of endorsements. Probably a fine book. Wouldn't it be Oh, you guys can't see this because it's so small. Wouldn't it be dreamy if there were a Python book that didn't make you wish you were anywhere other than stuck in front of your computer writing code? I guess it's just a fantasy. Fucking weird thing to put there. Blah, 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 blah. That's probably fine. Looks fine. The, it has used idle, which is a little bit weird, but... Well, seems like it would be a fine book. The Endless River says, what the fuck? It works. I've done this 100 times exactly the same way. Are you freaking kidding me? Magically fixed. What can I say? Future It says, how do you make a UI for your editor? So I'm using curses for my editor. Oh, that's not the right page. I hate that this one shows up first on Google. This is always the page that I want. The basic idea behind curses is you can set up a small, like, or you basically control cells on the screen. Let me see if I have a small demo. Well, I think, yeah. I have my little demo curses file. So, this one's a little bit more complicated. Let's just take this code here. There's some initialization code down here, which is more complicated for reasons that aren't really worth explaining, but in a typical curses app, this is one line of code, but I had to do some very special stuff to make Control-Z work properly. But anyway, this is kind of your basic setup of a curses program. You'll have a main function, which takes in a screen. The screen is how you interact with the cells that are displayed there. So like in this case, I'm insert a string in a particular line number at a particular column. So what this first script, or what this first thing does here, space babi. What this first instruction here does is it prints this press Q to quit text here. It draws it there. Then you can use move to move the cursor around. So in this case, we move the cursor to 0, 0. And then get WCH is how you retrieve keyboard input. So if I press a key, like the M key, it will, well, this loop is for other sequences. We'll get back to that in a second, but it's not the \033 character, the escape character. So we skip this. Then there's some, this is basically just parsing that input here. If it's a string, that means that some like character on the keyboard was pressed. Or well, we represent sequences as a set of strings as well. So this is if it's a sequence. We'll get to that in a second. Otherwise, convert it to a key. Sometimes you get an integer, sometimes you get a character. So if I pressed M, this is what we got. So M gave you back literally M. But if I press backspace, we get back an integer. We can grab the key name. This is what Curses thinks the key is called. And then we just print some stuff out. So you can see here we're just printing to the screen, and we have this I variable, and we're increasing that a bunch of times. So like every character that I press here is going to write a new line to the screen. This escape sequence gets interesting when you have to deal with other terminals. So in screen, backspace is that, but oh wait, arrow key is that, but control arrow key is this sequence here. So escape character followed by left square bracket followed by the number 1 semicolon 5 capital A, and like these are the rest of the arrow keys. And so you need to be able to parse these in order to handle other terminals. But in normal Xterm, those show up as krit5, k up 5, etc. Yeah, that's kind of the basics of curses and like how you would get started with that. Why build an editor? There's enough, don't you think so? Well, I wanted... There's kind of a couple of reasons. Like, one, I wanted to learn curses, and so this was a good way for me to learn it. 2, Nano removed a feature that I really like, and I kind of... Like, I like using Nano, but I want that feature that they're deleting, which is code formatters, which is very important to me. And I also want to be able to add features to Nano and like do cool things with them. So like I already added sort to babi, for instance, and it was like 3 lines of code to add. Nano is written in C and it's GPL, so like it's a little bit too restrictive in how I can contribute and like work on it. But babi is written in Python. It's really easy for me to add features. Earlier in the stream, someone was like, does babi have line numbers? And I was like, no, but I can show you how we could do it. And we added line numbers with like a two line patch. And it wasn't perfect, but like we would have had to polish it a little bit. But I don't use line numbers in my editor, so I didn't commit it. But it was just like a nice little demo of like it's really easy to extend it because it's written in a language that's easier to extend and not a giant pile of hairy C. Yeah, I think that sums up the reasons on why I wrote my own editor. But yeah, hopefully that answers that. This is a good book. It has tigers in it. I see. Sudo shutdown -h now. See ya. Oh, are you heading out, Sukulatum? Thanks for stopping by. Or are you trying to get meter on that? Pickle is secure AF, right? Hey, what's up, Candidate Farms? With an F in the chat. And Willie Chungus, hello, hello. Who thought this was useful? Larry Logo says, what do you think about that thing? I don't know what that is. Are you trying to get me to Google something lewd? I'm gonna look at it in a different tab. I don't know what this is. Oh, it's a text editor. Okay. What was the title? What was their tagline? The official website of whatever. A selection first modal code editor. I don't know. Haven't used it. Haven't heard of it. It has a clippy. Probably fine. I don't know. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to write my own thing. Despite the reasons, it may not be the best idea, but it's what's happening. Sixth says, hey, I'm back. Sorry I missed your response to my question. I was talking to somebody in voice chat. It's difficult to hear them when there's background noise. I see. I forget what your question was, so. Let's see. That was pretty far back, wasn't it? Oh, about the background, or about the using a stable unstable branch. But I am actually going to be, well, what the fuck? Where did my alias go? Oh, it was nano, right. So right now if I type nano, I get babi, and if I type babi, I get nano. So it's flipped. But yeah, I figure why not, because I'm actually working in a separate repository for this stream, so might as well use babi. You know? Okay, let's do it. Oh, hopefully what did we just do? I already forgot. Oh, we combined theme and selector engine, because I realized that they weren't actually useful separate. Cool. Ooh, cool. Yeah, the whole point of this stream, or what I wanted to do, is write some tests. And let's see, we're 3 hours in, and I haven't written any tests, so kind of failing in that regard. Alias babi, alias nano. So most of our tests are going to be this testing this select function. I think this is the most interesting part of this today. Who needs tests anyway? It's mostly because I want to demonstrate the current behaviors and not break them as I change stuff. It's like it's pretty clunky for me to keep doing. Doing this over and over. Themes. Languages. Like typing that out over and over to like validate my assertions about stuff is kind of a lot of work. Also, I want to implement the selector engine before I start doing the syntax adding stuff, because I think the actual tokenization part, because I think the tokenization is going to be tricky. But we'll find out. So the tests are basically just to get a faster round trip on working on these things. Let's just make a set of rules here. Wait. How do the rules work? Tuple of tuple stir to t. So we can just have our stir to t. Our t can just be stir. Right. I always do this wrong. Cool. So now if I cd into this directory, it will automatically activate my virtual env. So I don't have to remember to do that. And add activator support. And yes, it's 2 A's, but activator is pretty cool. I wrote it when I was at Yelp. And I still use it all the time because I think it's super convenient, but you guys can check it out there. And now we use it at lift, which is pretty nice. Old branch. All right, Buck. Good old Buck. I miss Buck. He was a good friend. He's not dead or anything. I just haven't seen him in a while. Oh, this 5 is bothering me, but we'll look at it later. Okay. Oh wow, is PyTest pure dependencies only? Oh, cool. In 3.8. Right, because the pathlope stuff is no longer necessary. I still think we have too many dependencies. Like, it'd be nice to get rid of pylib in PyTest, which is actually kind of what my like long-term goal that I was working on in PyTest. Unexpected end of file while parsing. Indeed. It'd be great if I could spell, you know? It'd be awesome. Test select exact dotted name. This test should fail. We don't have it in the rules. Add it there, and now it passes. Cool. Test select prefix of dotted name. So this is the selector. What are you buzzing about, phone? Oh, Strava. Let's actually put this word here in these so that tests are a little easier to understand. Rules is equal to foo selector. So in this case, the element that we're highlighting is called foo.baz, which doesn't match. It does match the trivial selector, and it also matches this one. But it matches this one at a higher affinity than that. And that's all I've implemented so far. And there's 2 ways that we can make this more complex, and like things that we eventually have to implement. So like one of the other ones is this. And then this is also something that needs to be implemented. And I think there's also a minus, but I don't remember how the minus one works. There's also no, I don't want to match that one. There's also a wildcard selector that we have to implement at some point. But anyway, there's like a lot of complexity here that I don't quite know the best way to solve it. There's also, we have to deal with like ties in some places. But there's some documentation here, I think. XD says, are you on 1080p on your VirtualBox? Close to it. Let's see, how do you see this side? We'll take a screenshot and then it'll show us the size. Up. Properties. Alright, we are at 1911 by 1080, not 1920 by 1080. So we're 9 pixels off from 1080p. We're very close. But the reason there's some slight pixel differences is this is actually cut off on the left slightly, like 2 pixels off there. Better. Problem is every time I move it, like fucks up my. Now it's better aligned on the left edge, but it's also. Actually, let me make sure that it looks fine in OBS. Not. Put a little white pixel on the bottom. Down. Oh, one more pixel. There we go. That looks better. Oh, what a fucking mess. Okay. Go away, OBS. But the reason that it's slightly less than 1080p is so I can click over to this on the other window. Although I guess I could make it just 1080p exactly, and then you guys wouldn't see this little little white bar on the right side. Maybe I should do that. Let me save this first, because sometimes when I resize it crashes the window manager. Does that make it? Oh no, there's still a little bar there. Bar gone now? Is there 1 pixel of it? Oh, there's 1 pixel of it. There we go. Now it should be 1080p. Oh, but now this window is like really hard to grab. So it'll be slightly cut off when I switch over, but it's fine. Anyway, getting me to pixel perfect this. Thank you, thank you. There's 1 pixel on the left too. Are you serious? Oh, and I fucked it up while moving it. Dang it. Now there's gonna be 1 pixel on the right. Shit. Okay. That should be good on the left. But now we're not good on the right. Okay, is that good now? I'm hoping it's good enough. Is identical says, well, guess who's rich in ninja points? Oh, but you screwed up. You didn't highlight it. Hey, what's up, Warnaki? Hello, hello. Hello, you Windows-loving Pythonic developer. I mean, Windows gets the job done. It's fine. It's not that I love it. It's just that it works alright. Hey, what's up, Bledicis? Hello, hello. Is it good now? Is everything good? We don't have any stray pixels anywhere? I guess we can rearrange these windows slightly so that it looks a little bit better now that I've moved some pixels. I don't love it, but but I use it, so yeah, you got me. Now it should be 1080p, right? If we take a screenshot. No, not snapshot. That's not what I wanted. Take screenshot. That's indeed a screenshot. Is it 1080p now? 1921 by 1080. You can't win. Can't win, man. Close enough though. Fuck it. Whatever. Fuck it. Whatever. For the record, I'm typing this from Windows. Nice. type and then everything after it. I just hope that class contains high quality vodka. Yeah, you know. Test failure, take a sip, right? Damn, now I'm out of water though. It is water. It would be funny if it were vodka. I wouldn't quite drink vodka that way though. Hey, what's up, Mateus? Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream where I'm not drinking vodka, I'm drinking water. Also, I don't think that I would just like drink straight. Like, I do like drinking vodka, but I won't just drink it by myself, you know? Or, yeah, I don't think I've ever drank vodka by myself. I'll take shots with people. I'll have it in mixed drinks. But you should drink vodka, yeah. I don't have any vodka in my house. I think I have wine and what is it called? Whiskey. But I don't drink whiskey, so I don't know why I have whiskey in my house. I know I have whiskey in my house, I just don't drink it. Hey, what's up? New Bonnie is Prime. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. Just send your address to Warnaki, he'll send you some vodka. Yeah, what could go wrong? Send your vodka to... I'm not gonna actually say my... Yeah. That would be a mistakes were made situation. Okay, so... Hey, what's up, Matoxian? Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. Found a video of a guy making the game of Snake with curses. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think that's often used as like a tutorial game, or a tutorial like starter curses project to make like curses. I just decided that my tutorial project would be a fucking text editor. Because I was not really thinking so straight on that one. But actually I can show you like a very, very simple text editor that's pretty easy to explain. That's you know, kind of like demo level of curses. I don't think it's actually an editor now that I think about it. But I put a little demo here. A very, very, very simple curses app. But yeah, so that initialization code I was talking about earlier can just be curses.wrapper. And so this is a, this is a curses editor that does some text rendering in its loop. It just draws these 4 lines. And then keeps track of a Y and an X position. Start at 0, 0. And it handles resizing the terminal as well as right, left, down, up, and R for redraw, and Q for quit. And it's a very basic text editor, or like text viewer. It supports those those operations. You can see like there's trailing white space. The reason that I wanted to demo this is if we quit this and open it, and open this, there's supposed to be trailing white space here, but I can't highlight it for some reason. But if I go over here and like arrow around a bit over here, now I can highlight the trailing white space. Now it exists. And I don't know why, and I want this to always render, but it doesn't always. But then if I do R to redraw it, it goes away. No more trailing white space. So I don't know what's going on there. If anyone knows, would love a fix there, but it's kind of annoying. Do you think coding is still somewhat archaical? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, it's like super mechanical, or like it's very manual to get things done, or like hammering out stuff with stone tools or whatever. No, I think programming is like, I mean, some parts of it are manual. But there's a lot of like libraries to automate all sorts of things that you would ever want to do. But yeah, there's like you still have to do like very small amounts of like math and stuff to do. And do some low-level operations every once in a while. Takes too long and too much work. I mean that's why it's also paid well. But yeah, I could see that as like a thing. Okay. I don't know. I think it's fun. That's why I do it. I don't think it's super hard. I think it's just like oftentimes you have to like put a lot of effort, like a lot of time into it, not necessarily difficult. Although this is gonna be tricky. This function right now is super simple, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 lines, but I expect this to be probably about 100 or so when I'm done. Be unfortunate, but what are you gonna do? What are you going to do? Okay, so let me read some of the rules again and see if that helps me think about this problem. Rules down here. If more than one scope selector matches the current scope, they are ranked according to how good a match is. The winner is the scope selector which, in the order of precedence, matches the element deepest down in the scope. String wins over source.php when the scope is this. Okay. So we should really start from the bottom up and consider matches there. So I already knew I was going to start from the bottom up. So in this case, like these cases here, it's easy. There's only one element. But this one, we should first run all the selectors against this thing here. We should loop through all these and try and match these. In this case, we would get a match here, and then we'd be done. But if we didn't, we would match this one here. So I should add another test for that, but let's get this one working first. So Oh, did my music stop? It did stop. Damn you, YouTube. Actually, let's just remove the assertion and see what happens. Because surely that shouldn't make the test pass, but it probably does. Okay, it doesn't. Huh, we eventually get to the trivial selector for that one. Oh, because it's just looking at source.diff. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, see how it evolved from zeros and ones to translate into written language? That's coming a long way, but I feel like it's still too Legos piece by piece. Yeah, I think that's fair. But I think like the more people build out more software, especially libraries, those Legos become bigger and bigger, and the amount of glue that you write between those Legos is a lot smaller. I think it's definitely like becoming less manual and tedious. Tedious, that's the word I was looking for earlier. So, I don't know. It's an interesting like thought problem though. Okay. So we really want to look through the length of these scopes. Range len range. Scope. Three, two, one. That's right. this is some of the old code. We're not going to do it recursively after this. So that'll go away. I think also this is where I'm going to switch from these being strings to being a specialized type. We need to change how some of this code works. Libraries is the evolution of coding. Yeah, I think libraries are part of it, but also like language features are another part of it. But yeah, libraries is a good, like, probably the easiest way to think about the progression of code over time. Like, I don't have to write a web server anymore. I can just use like Flask or whatever and just implement my business logic on top of it. Whereas like before, you would have to write out a full web server and like parse HTTP and like do all sorts of stuff. Yeah, so let's change this type to be something else. Our test should be super failing now. Yeah. Make it worse to make it better. What got you into coding and programming? For me, one of my first programs was automating the quadratic formula because I really fucking hated typing that thing into a calculator. And realized that I could write a program that did most of the formula typing for me. I just had to type in the 3 numbers and it would give me the answer. Or the 2 numbers? Yeah. 2 numbers? 3 numbers? 3 numbers. Shows how long it's been since I did quadratic formula. Yeah, I wrote like a small program that I could use to automate that. Because I knew at the time like the TI-83 was programmable, and so I could figure out like how to write some code there. And then once I had written the code there, it was like, oh, this is pretty cool. Like, it's pretty powerful how I could write just like a little bit of like instructions to something, and it would spit out answers for me. And then I could reuse that to save myself time down the road. And then I ported that TI Basic to Visual Basic 5, I think at the time, in a Microsoft Word document, because not everyone in the class had TI-83s. Like I had a somewhat more advanced calculator than other people, for whatever reason. But I ported it to Visual Basic and then wrote it in a Microsoft Word macro, and then I was able to distribute this program on a floppy disk to anyone else in the class who wanted the same power. And so that was like kind of a really powerful moment of like, oh, I can write this both for myself, but also other people can benefit from the work I'm doing here. And the rest is history, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so there's kind of a problem with like how these matches work. Well, there's only yeah, let's just convert the data types and then we'll worry about like how I'm gonna actually do this ordering. I think I'm getting ahead of myself here. Okay, so style, select, theme. We put our selector up here. And this is really just a string. Well, right now it's gonna be a string, but we'll be splitting this eventually, but for now we're just going to consider it a part. So this has to be selector. Oh, and that makes this line too long. Ugh. Future It says, ever wondered about applying programming and to visual stuff like those iTunes effects, making visual interactive lasers, sounds? You mean like making visualizations for stuff? I haven't done any graphics programming, so not really. But I know what you're talking about, though. Those visualizations are pretty wild. Here's the iTunes viz. Let me play this song so you can see the visualization. But like, yeah, this stuff's pretty wild, pretty trippy. Also, it's like related to the actual music, which is kind of wild. This isn't the song that's playing from YouTube. This is 21 Pilots. So, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. It is pretty wild. I just don't have any graphics experience. There's this language called processing to do all sorts of visual interactions. It's pretty cool. I've heard about processing, but I haven't tried it myself. Okay. I think maybe I'll make a type alias for tuple stir ... That's not a scope. That is something else. This is scope. All types is not a scope. RKJ says, I've used p5.js before, which is basically processing in JavaScript. Oh. Okay, so these stirs need to become selectors instead. Oh, we don't have the nice feature that has. And we can just do it like this, and then cancel. So those errors should be different. Argument 1 to tuple has incompatible type. Items view stir color expected. Cool. Generator has unexpected type selector expected stir. These ones are easy to fix for now, but they will be impossible later. Scythe says, are you using MyPy? Yes, I'm running MyPy via pre-commit, so we're doing some type checking here. 73 missing return statements. Raise what? We should never expect to reach this. Unreachable. Which is currently false because we're currently reaching that code. It's fine. Commit 1 to tuple. So these are the ones where you have to actually convert stuff. Where's scope in scopes? This isn't actually a scope. This is a selector. In. Ooh. Actually, you should probably do .parse. That way I don't have to rewrite this code later. Because I know I need to rewrite this later because the selector is going to have some amount of data there. Yeah, later we'll do some actual parsing here, but for now it's just trivial. Scythe says, cool, I really need to start using it. Yeah, MyPy is amazing. It's so helpful. Invalid index type stir for dict selector color, expected selector. Indeed. It'd be really nice if I could do this. But I can't because the class doesn't exist at this time. Unfortunate. But I can do this. Almost misheard that. Did I say something about dicks or something? Future says, you're really inspiring me to start learning. Awesome. Well, glad I can help inspire you. If I get nothing out of this, at least I'm hopefully encouraging some people to write code. That's enough. That's enough motivation for me, I guess. Because we all know I don't make money off of this. I guess I make something from subscriptions. I get some beer money. Adam says, hello. Can I ask, what are you programming? I'm working on a text editor. This is actually my text editor in action right now. So like as I'm editing this, that's why there's no highlighting, because that's what we're working on. The actual highlighting portion. Does this still work? No. How do I make this not broken? I guess I can show you the old version of it. Maybe highlight demo. Language is this, and then hash.diff. We're working on the syntax highlighting today, so this is kind of like a demo of my syntax highlighting. It's currently broken right now because I'm in the middle of fixing. I'm in the middle of making it better, and in order to make it better, I have to break it, fortunately. But yeah, this is all done from code that I've written. It's basically just like taking a Visual Studio Code theme and then applying some logic and stuff to get you this nice, pretty formatted output. I see you, Psycode. Hello, hello. Is that Uncle says, and vodka money. Right. We really need me to have some vodka. How come you decided on Python for programming a text editor? I knew Python had good bindings for cursors. And I've been working mostly in Python recently, and those two things were basically it. I didn't want to write it in C because I didn't want to deal with C. I wanted nice things like maps and so those are some of the reasons, I guess. Okay, where are we at? What was I doing? Where am I paying? 124. Cool. My bypasses, but the code currently doesn't because we broke the matching logic. But we want to do if selector dot matches scope, and then we append to the matches. So that should be failing right now. Sure has no attribute matches. Oh, rightio. Oh, this is nano, so I can do this, this thing. capture this and replace it with selector.parse. Hey, there we go. Why did that one take so long to show up? There's no way this took only 0.11 seconds. It was like really, really slow. Huh. Also inconsistent. Oh! That one also lagged. What's going on here? Why is it sometimes laggy? Probably some bug in PyTest that I'll have to fix. Scythe says, I'm trying to get into Go, just have other priorities. I know that feel. I want to learn more Rust, but like... I have 50 other things that I want to get done first. Like, let's talk about my current to-do list. I want to get this syntax routing working. That's one thing. I want to finish Advent of Code. That's another thing. I have like 2 pretty big parts of Flake 8 that I want to implement. Maybe a third, depending on how much Eric gets done. I want to do a stream about what is it called? We Make Style Guide, which is a Flake 8 plugin, because someone reached out to me and they're like, hey, I'll drop $100 on your stream if you do this. And I was like, sure, fuck it, let's do it. But it's been like 4 months and I haven't done it yet. Sponsored stream. Yeah. What else do I want to do? I don't know, I think those are most of the things that I've been thinking about recently. But hey, what's up, Alpha Gains? Welcome back. But yeah, like all those things until like then I can do new things. Sell out to me a Anthony gets a vodka by doing Flake 8 stuff. You're not wrong. Like people are really bad at plugging in sponsors. I agree. Like I'm super bad at it. I feel like if I just like honestly, if I just went to a company and I was like, hey, I have like 40 plus, well, right now 46 engaged users that do tech stuff. Like I'll mention your tech thing. Like I think I could probably get a sponsor by doing that. I don't know, but I don't want to do something that I don't believe in. Like I'm not gonna be like, use NordVPN, blah 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 blah. You know, unless they paid me a bunch of money, and then fuck it, I'll sell out to NordVPN. But like, I don't know. I think it'd be an easy way to like make this more worth my time. You just did, yeah. Well, I also shouted them out in a negative light, so I don't know if that's quite what they would want me to do, you know? Okay, these are all unreachable right now, which is weird to me. Oh, because this always returns false. Okay. Cool. Alright, so we have a scope, and we have a string. Let's implement the old logic and just get that working. Oh, what's the... I'm trying to implement this in the dumbest way possible. Like, I'm not trying to get ahead of myself until I have a test that demonstrates that I should fix it. Johnny Richard Kahn says, could you please share the background music is playing? Sure. It's part of this playlist, which is down in the bottom, but we're going to be improving it over time. Hey, what's up, DZE64TV? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Marvin Coro says, bro, your text editor is plain, man. How do you live? That's the thing, Marvin Coro. I'm writing my own text editor, and we're actually implementing the syntax highlighting right now. So that's why it looks like shit. But you just gotta trust me that eventually it will be beautiful like this. This is the highlighting that we're working on today, and eventually it will be it'll look like this eventually. But until then, we have no highlighting. But it's fine. We gotta do baby steps in order to get to the final place where things work. But yeah. Next place says, I refuse to take a sponsorship for something I don't personally use. Unless somebody pays me a ton of money, then I'll think about it. Right? That's basically my approach as well. But yeah, we're working on the syntax highlighting today. And that's why it looks super plain. But yeah, this is a demo of it using a Visual Studio Code theme. I don't know, eventually it'll look like this and it'll just work. Everything will be great. And then I'll be able to use this full time instead of just using it on stream. Because like it's a little bit too frustrating to use it in what did I paid. Okay, I was like, why is there a YouTube link here? Oh wait, it was me. What did I do? Oh, I pasted the background music. But yeah, it's a little bit too plain for me to use it as a daily driver right now. So that's what we're working on. That's the thought. Okay, so the dumbest way to do this is to just like assume this is only length 1 and only look at the end one, because we're not dealing with any of the descendant or child scopes yet. So let's see, s equals scope -1 while s, let's see, actually, if s equals the empty, or if s equals the self.s, return true. While s, where's the splitting code that I did before? Split off 1 dot from the right. I think that will fix none of our tests. What do we break though? The last 3. Oh, that's annoying that it doesn't actually show the ripper there for the scope. Okay, so let's put names on these tests so it's a little bit easier to see what's going on. It's easy to do. Just change these to be pytest.param. Man, every time this particular song in the playlist gets me, because it's just eyeballs. It does have pretty eyes. They're very large on my monitor. It's just like, oh, hello there. This allows me to give these functions names. Unknown. Exact match, and prefix match. And this is a nested scope. See what the, after I put a comma here. Okay, so now we can see that nested scope is failing, prefix match is failing, and exact match is failing. We really only match the empty string and this this one up here. Whoops. Like, as much as I hate selling out, there's no shame in admitting that you took an offer in order to make rent. Yeah, that's fair. Andy Pandy says, do you work for a company? Yeah, because I don't make shit from Twitch. Yeah, I work at Lyft as an infrastructure developer. I work on the lawn people are here. Hello, lawn people. You guys can't hear them though, apparently, because my mic is decent enough to not pick them up, so that's good. Yeah, I work at Lyft on the developer infrastructure team. Well, the developer infrastructure organization. I build tools and software for other developers, with the goal being to make them productive as more productive as engineers. It's a hard problem though, so like, you know, making people productive is not an easy thing. We try our best. Is Identical says, well, I started working for some company 20 days ago and I made nothing. I'll probably quit. Yeah, if you're not making money, don't give people work for free. That's some Anthony advice there. Okay, so let's see. Oh yeah, I can scroll one line at a time. Sometimes I accidentally hit that though. Let's see, if expected is equal to foo bar selector. We're gonna try and debug this. I guess I could just do. What is the option? Trace, that's what I want. I don't use this option very often, so I don't remember it, but it starts a debugger at the very, very beginning of the test. So we can start stepping in. Scope length is 1, scope is this. Subscope. Oh, that's probably our problem. We don't use this subscope at all. Should be using this here. It probably doesn't fix it though. We can continue debugging this. Where's selector in rules? B92. We're gonna continue to this again. Foo.bar scope. So this should match, but currently doesn't. Oh, I see what happened. The empty string matched it as well. So we do actually have to do ranked matching for this. Okay. That's fine though. Thadjudar says, what UI library are you using? I'm new here. So I'm building a text editor. I'm using curses as my UI library, which is basically it's what's called a cell editor. So this is my user interface, and we're doing syntax highlighting. So this is this is kind of our goal, but also like the little demo that I have right now. And I'm currently breaking it to improve it, and we're using PyTest to kind of like iteratively work through these. And I'm debugging using PDB, which is a terminal-based interactive debugger for Python. Like people that commute to work, if you're gonna commute for work, they have to be paying for you enough to make the commute worth it. Otherwise, why not get them closer to where you live? Yeah, totally agree. The interesting thing that I heard, well, I've heard like numbers about like number of hours versus like how much salary you should be considering in differences, and it's like people value commute a lot. Like I think there's something like an hour of commute a day should really be like $10,000 plus in salary change. But yeah, it's amount of time on commute is actually like a pretty important thing for happiness. Spartan Gator says, absolutely why I went remote. It's time you'll never get back. Yeah, I kind of want to work remote eventually. Right now it doesn't really make sense for, well, it kind of makes sense for me. Like I would probably be able to do it. The hard part is like spinning that to like management and stuff. And management's already grumbling enough, so we'll put that discussion off. Okay, so we do actually need to do ranked matches here. Which is fine. But I think this matches needs to return, there needs to return how much it matched and whether it matched something. So this needs to be tuple, bool, and then integer for now, I guess. Yeah. So this will be the number of segments it matches, I guess. And this will eventually become a tuple of integers, but for now we only need integer. Lawn people, why are you so loud? true, s dot count this. And then -1. Okay, so matches and priority is equal to selector dot matches subscope if matches dot append priority color, although it's not always a color. So this variable name has just been wrong. Color should be T. That's another thing I need to fix in Babi. If I cancel the find replace, it should take me back to where I was working before. Be easy to fix, but it's not something I'm gonna fix right now. Future Hurt says, wouldn't it be great if people simply lived like a bees society? Bees, bees, bees! Hey, what's up, Neil and Barker? Hello, hello. Good evening to you as well. Depends what kind of commute. Yeah, mine's like my current commute is like 20 minutes there and 20 minutes back on a train. Although sometimes it's like a half an hour. Sometimes it's way more than that if like the train is delayed or whatever. But there's no Wi-Fi on the trains, so that part kind of sucks. And the cell service is not so great, so fine. But yeah, that's my commute. An hour one way, 5 days a week. That's basically an extra 10-hour workday. Yeah, that's true. 10 stolen hours. Companies are developing drones for single-person transportation. Might be used for commuting. Sounds like a disaster. Hey, what's up, Tuna Hobbies? Who asks, hi Anthony, what you building there? This is my text editor. I'm actually using my text editor right now, but we're working on syntax highlighting. And this is kind of the demo of what I have working so far, but we're trying to get more advanced versions of that working properly. And so like, there's a lot of different selectors that I need to implement properly. We have these ones working so far. Well, kind of working. They work in most cases, but not all cases. So I'm working on improving it first. Well, the first thing that I'm trying to improve is making multiple selectors work properly in this page. I'm trying to make nested scopes work properly. So that's what I'm working on. We're getting syntax highlighting working, so I can finally have nice, easier to read code to my eyeballs in my text editor. Matches.append priority T. If matches. Oh, so the problem becomes here. If they have multiple matches, we need to return. Well, we can just do return. Let's see. I think we can do that. Bool object has no append. Oh, I see. Clearly we got some problems there. 20 minutes sounds perfect. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'd kill for a 20-minute commute. Well, don't come for my head. Tuna Hobby says, I don't know how you can focus on coding while chatting with viewers. Well, to be honest, I'm not always the best at focusing on coding while chatting with viewers, but I have a little bit of practice because I've been doing this for a little bit over a year. Well, like once or twice a week for a year. And, I don't know, I'm also like very good at context switching because I have like pretty bad ADHD, and so it's easy for me to like zing off to a bunch of different tangents and but also like rope it back to something that I'm trying to work on. Oh, we actually want the maximum, not the minimum. So we just have it backwards. Change this to max. It will suddenly start working. Oh. which test is failing? The prefix match. It's fine, we can debug that one. Okay, prefix. Trace. So are you gonna finish highlighting today? Probably not. Because I'm, what, 4 hours in and we haven't actually implemented we haven't implemented any new scoping rules. Okay, scope is that. And rules is that. That's actually kind of a nice view. Alright. Step into this. Hey, but we have the we have the nested scope stuff working. It's just that, or well, we have it partially working. We don't actually know that it completely works. I need to write another test to validate that. But we broke something else in the process. B92 is matched, and priority should be 0. Cool. Oh. I see. So this dot count dot is the same as this dot count dot. So yeah, so this actually probably needs to be plus 1 for oh, dang, that's not what I want. I know a trick. I know a tricky trick. It is kind of weird that I had these twice. That'll. Hey. All of the tests pass. Fuck yeah. Alright, let's add another test here, or another. We gotta check that it matches something that's not the last selector. Foo.bar unrelated. This should be foo bar selector. Nested scope. Not last one. Hey, what's up, Tuna Hobby? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I just thought of a thing that sucks. That's totally not what we want here. This one's gonna return trivial selector. I already know. Because of the way I did that. So I gotta rethink some stuff here, but that's actually good. That's why we're writing tests. Cythy says, does your job require you working in the shell all the time? No. Do I choose to work in the shell all the time? Most of the time. Almost all of the time. But no, there's, like, you could use an ID if you wanted to. You can pick whatever operating system you want to work on. Pick whatever text editor you want. There's a lot of freedom there. But I purposely choose to work in the shell because I do better there. The Tuna Hobby says, what's that extension for PyCharm and VS Code that brings up syntax filters? Like Pirate or something random like that? I'm not familiar with the what you're talking about. I know there's Bandit, which does stuff for like security problems, which is kind of like Pirate, but I don't know which thing you're referring to. I saw it in a YouTube video and I can't find it anymore. Yeah, I don't know what syntax filters mean. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Okay, so you basically need to take out the empty string one. Somehow. Am I getting tired? I've been tired all day. But I think, I don't know, we're what, 4.5 hours in? I think we might try and implement one more of these types of selectors, like probably the wildcard one. That'll be super easy. Oh, IntelliSense, yeah. You might be thinking of this project. Pile S? Nope. This might be what I'm thinking of. Python language server. But it doesn't have a fun name. What has a fun name? What are you... what are you talking about? I don't know. Well, I might be getting ahead of myself. Let me get this one working first. Yeah, so the problem that I have right now is the empty string selector is matching this here. And so that's getting returned. But I really need to probably special case the empty string selector. And only return that value if it is exactly the empty string. I don't even know. Oh, or I could just make it never match here. Like this, maybe? What did we fail? Failed on the unknown selector. Okay. That's good-ish. It just means that this unreachable code needs to be whatever the empty string selector is. Why did I capitalize this? What am I doing? I guess it's capitalizing my tests. Okay. That passes that. This looks like a bug here, though, unfortunately. Although I think I can do... that? Okay, now it looks less like a bug. Yeah, so the reason that worked is this will whittle it down to an empty string, but will never actually match empty string here. This can be really slow, though. Huh. Future says, imagine a city that was so well organized that money wouldn't be necessary to make it run in a balanced way. Yeah, that'd be some communist utopia. Would be some good times. But yeah, I don't think it'll happen in my lifetime, unfortunately. It would be nice to live in a world that just kind of works and is fair and isn't racist and like rich people don't exist. I guess I'd probably be part of the rich people, so Fuck me, I guess. See if my pie is still happy. Okay. But yeah, I just showed some cool features of Babi. You can sort code and WQ like Vim. It is kind of weird, like when I get into the mode where I'm like, I'm gonna sort something, I like immediately are like, oh, WQ, just like Vim. I don't use my nano shortcuts at that time. I find it interesting, but just a weird quirk of mine. Okay, this works. It looks a little bit weird, but at least we have a test to cover it. I should have did too much in this commit. It should have been 2 commits, probably. That's fine. Added some tests, which is cool. Add some tests for the selector engine and support, call it, nested scopes. Yeah, this is a little bit weird. I guess it's always going to be the first scope. Actually, assert that. Assert rules 0 equals rules 0 0. Oh, I didn't want to commit. Okay. Oh, we need to make sure this still works. Okay, cool. Cool, it still works. Nice. Oh, and this shouldn't have been in that commit. That's okay, we can just pretend that everything is okay. Yeah, but the eventual goal is to be able to highlight like Python, which should be doable. Just like I need to implement all of these things in my engine. But let's see, 4.5 hours, and I'm super tired. Let's see, do we want to implement one more of these? Really? I gotta get these done eventually. Future Earth says it's mind-boggling that we evolved from a jungle with all sorts of dangers caused by other creatures to a jungle where the danger is your own species. That's some yikes. What is this unread? Feature support for template config files. This is not gonna happen. No, this is not going to happen. This is I just closed this issue. Right here. Something's making a really weird noise in my house. Don't know what it is. It's like a repeated ticking noise. Someone set up us the bomb. Oh, it's gonna drive me up a fucking wall. Alright, I'm gonna go see if I can fix whatever this ticking noise is. And just like that, it's gone. I don't think I fixed anything. It's just gone. The 24-hour stream, right? Yeah. Questions is what makes me interested is AI. So with robots, people have more time to figure themselves out and live a better computing life globally. See, the problem is, I think that's the like idealistic view of that, but I think in reality, what you would end up with is some company profiting off of that and like making the overall quality of living worse. Like you would have to pay money for that sort of thing. So no, I think it's certainly possible to be in a situation where you're at, but I think like the society that we live in doesn't really incentivize that, and so you wouldn't end up being like that. Ugh. It would be nice if Precommit actually validated this argument. It really doesn't. It's just like, oh, you knew what you meant. Cool. Bingo. Because this file definitely does not exist on my computer. Future says, well, I'm going. Nice to see you, Anthony. Good stream. Keep up the cool work. Well, thank you for stopping by. Hope to see you around in the future. He said, Nigel says, my phone CPU is better than my computer's. Oof. I mean, that's not surprising. You use like some special open hardware, right? Yeah. It's from 2008. Do I have any devices from 2008? When was that laptop? That would have been... No, I think my 2008 laptop is at my parents' house. But it had a Pentium 4. I think it was 3.05 gigahertz. Pentium 4 3.0. So what was it was called the Dell Inspiron 5150 was the laptop. Yeah, this clunky looking thing. In fact, I had it in blue. I don't want diagnostics, I just want specification. Overview. No, I don't want help, I just want to know specs. CNET. That's how we know we're old. I want to say I upgraded mine though, but yeah, like 30 gigabyte hard drive. Those were the days, and this was fucking expensive. I think I spent 3.06. I was off by one. Pentium 4. You have a Core 2 Duo CPU P8600. And this was my laptop that I bought myself in 2008. I want to say I spent like $2,000 on it. It was expensive, but it was really nice for the time. And then I used it until I think 2012 when I bought my Samsung laptop. Oh wait, no. I got another laptop in between. The middle laptop was unmemorable. It was not very good. But I used that for like a year. And then I bought my other Samsung laptop. Now I have my new Samsung laptop, which I'm really happy with. But I also had desktop computers, so. One for like $150, 8 gigs RAM, 128 gig SSD, and a 9-cell battery lasts 6 hours. That's pretty decent. So, or at least for the price, it seems decent. Okay, what am I doing? Do we want to do... Do I want to continue working on this, or do I want to grab food, take a nap, and call this a day? I think I'm going to call this a day. But first we'll answer this question from XD, who says, what terminal do you use and why? Grab vodka, right? Maybe I'll grab vodka and then stream later, you know? That'll be fun. So I'm using GNOME Terminal. Hey, what's up? Sarcasm as a service. I'll have to call on you pretty often. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm using the GNOME Terminal, but I'm actually using a fork of it because of reasons. I'll explain those reasons in a second. But GNOME Terminal is just like the default terminal that comes with Ubuntu. But I'm using a fork of it, and actually I haven't. Oh, I was gonna finish that. Maybe I'll do that really quickly. Do I have it cloned? No. GNOME Terminal broken. Yeah, so there's this feature in terminals that is, or in GNOME Terminal that's broken. And so I'm running a fork of GNOME Terminal to fix it. So I can actually demo that. I'm gonna close the chatbot. So, because it's gonna crash all these windows. So let me close some of these windows. But the feature that I like is tab tearing. So when you grab a tab, you can pull it off to another one. It makes a new window. I like that feature. Unfortunately, in the master version of GNOME Terminal, if you, well, let me quit out of this, make sure we're not crashing anything here. In the master version of GNOME Terminal, if you grab a tab, yeah, there we go, and you grab it on, you drag it onto the wrong window, it will crash the entire terminal window manager thing. And like, I know that, and I know exactly what triggers it, so I just make sure not to do that. So I've like re-enabled the buggy feature intentionally. Because I like the feature, but and I know how to avoid the crash. But other than that, I'm using the vanilla version of GNOME Terminal. Fixplay says, I'm one of those guys that always hates on Dell products, but the Nest laptop with a 30-hour battery life is enough to interest me. Oh, that's the new, not Nest. Okay, I see. Yeah, that's a pretty big battery life there. Hey, what's up, Rubadub TV? Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. Rubadub TV is also a streamer, so check them out. Been a while, man. Indeed, it has. I've been good. Work's been fine. It's been a lot of stress, but you know, that's work. Been working on some cool stuff on stream. For instance, like what we're working on today is my text editor, which has gotten a lot better. This is it. You know, it can edit text, undo, redo, all sorts of stuff. You can quit it like Vim. But what we were working on today was getting syntax highlighting working, because as you could tell there, didn't have any syntax highlighting. Let's see. Themes first. VS dark, VS hacked. Languages diff. Yeah, so we're working on getting syntax highlighting working. This is just like a very simple example. The full engine doesn't really work properly, but we're slowly, incrementally improving it, making more and more complicated things work properly, and then I'll be plugging it into my editor, and hopefully we'll have some syntax highlighting. But that's a lot of what I've been working on stream recently. Yeah, that's what I'm working on. Let's see. There's another patch that I wanted to do here to my terminal. Let's see if we can get that working. So right now there's this annoying, if I have something highlighted, there's this copy as HTML, which I often like misclick and hit it, because I just see the word copy and like click it. But I literally never want to copy. Oh, I just wrote a file, didn't I? No? I literally never want to copy as HTML. There's like, I never use that feature. So I made a patch to disable that option. Which is just this, which how do we highlight this? Oh, you know how we can highlight this? Fuck pigments. We will use my little thing that we just wrote. Xmate, well, we can just do it from here. // gnome terminal broken, disable copy as HTML. Yeah, so we're deleting this particular entry from this table here. So that should disable it, but I haven't actually built it and run it yet. So let's see if this works. Run. See how that goes. Can be part of their business line of laptops. Oh, nice. I mean, even if it's only 20 hours of battery life under real use, that's still insane. Looks like your stream has been growing a lot since the last time I was here. Yeah, it's been kind of taken off. On Saturdays, we usually average like between 40 and 50 viewers, which is a lot more than it was before. Like before we were like what, 10 or 20 viewers or so. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and I'm getting much better at streaming, which I think is why like people are more interested in the content. Yeah, I've been enjoying it, so that's why I keep doing it. But yeah, it's definitely gotten more and more up into the rights, you know. Stonks. We're gonna open this tab, so I realize that compiler output causes lag, so I'm gonna disable that. Also, it saves me some hard disk space or whatever, and this output isn't that interesting. Hey, thank you for the subscription, Rubadub TV. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, and I have subs now too, which is crazy. I didn't even have subscribers back then. And this is thank you for the follow. Okay, so these are my newly built outputs. Oh, this should be acytilic 2 instead of acytilic 1. How do I fix that? Maybe like this? Oh, it's gonna rebuild the whole damn thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's gonna rebuild the whole thing. So we don't need to watch that again. Hey, what's up, okay programmer? Hi, I am highlighted message. Yeah, you're using channel points. I don't know anything about channel points, so they're just like the default setup right now, so I haven't changed any of them. So highlighting is super cheap. Yeah. But yeah, feel free to use your channel points. They're probably annoying to some people, but I don't really care. Oh, they fixed the thing. You used to be able to see the highlight here, but I guess it doesn't show up anymore. This is just the text output that the bot sees, so the bot doesn't see the highlighting. I guess you can't see it on the recording, but everyone is like, let's use our channel points. But Is Identical has quite a few channel points. Hey, what's up, Stanislav TS? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That name looks familiar. Where have I seen you before? Maybe it's on GitHub? I don't even know what channel points are. There's some like new Twitch feature that lets you like do some like chat stuff. That's how long I've been away from Twitch. Yeah, I think they were like a month or two ago they added them. Maybe even less than that. It was right around when they did the like Christmas special stuff. The weird haha emotes. But yeah, it's been a while. Okay, is this done building yet? What do you mean? Can't build with source format quilt. No upstream tarball found. Why did this just work, but now it's not working? Warning, your current directory has been renamed. Why did it break? Maybe I just need to changelog twice. Re-enable tab tearing, disable copy as HTML. Is that gonna work? We'll find out. Robodub TV says, took a long break with IRL getting super busy. Yeah, it makes sense. Hard to get momentum back. Definitely agree. You did it changelog properly. Yeah, Ace-Dilly 2, nice. And it's not crashing, cool. Just tab out of that while it builds there. Yeah, I totally understand. Like, I took like a couple week break, and then I felt like it was harder to get back into streaming after that. But I don't know, after I did a few days of it, it was a lot more. You know, I kind of got the itch back and was had a lot more fun with that after there. But yeah, taking a break can be rough. Also, it's kind of rough for your like following audience because like not everyone remembers your content and like and stuff like that. So it can be disruptive. Like I know some of the regulars that would watch my stream before I took a break. Like some of them never came back, and a little sad about that, but it happens. Oh wow, that finished quickly. Huh. Okay, so here's the like. I have chopsticks, so I'm playing with them. That's why it's making noise. So now. Now I should be able to install this. What is the sudo dpackage-i dist/star. Type in my craft password. Now that, okay, so this is still there, but I think if I kill the terminal. GNOME terminal server. Well, that didn't work. Hey, what's up, Gooby Goobler? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Maybe I just need to close and reopen it. Let's try that. And hey, what's up, DevDill? Hello, hello. Close everything. No, it's still there. Well, I know one way to kill the server is to just crash it. Damn it, it's still there. Why are you still there? Fuck. Okay, well that didn't work. I don't know. But I'll worry about that later. But for now, I'm hungry, so I'm gonna sign off, show what we worked on, and then, or I'm gonna show what we worked on, do my little spiel, and then probably sign off. I need some food. I need a nap. Metaphor for life, right, Alpha Gains? Why didn't it work? Okay, so this is what we built today. We moved my... Let's actually push that to origin. We moved my highlighting demo into its own little repository, so we can now look at it separately. This is just TextMate highlight repository. And we added a little bit of a test suite for it so that we could test some of the things. I test tests. Nice little test there. And he just came back just in time for the spiel, right, Nakalaric? Okay, Pro Gamer says, gonna study or I'll be a loser for the rest of my life. El, good luck with your studying. Thanks for stopping by. Good night and good morning, all. Yeah, we continued to make this thing work. I don't think we actually improved the actual highlight output, but we'll show that real quickly. Highlight themes / dark. Languages diff and this patch file. Yeah, so we made some highlighting working. We'll eventually use this for my text editor, but that's what we did for today. And let me do my little spiel, and then we'll send you guys off to another channel. So, if you liked the content, liked what you saw, I usually upload the previous content to YouTube at youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. You can see previous streams where I worked on the same things again, but I also worked on pre-commit the last couple of streams, which is pretty cool. You can also check out my Advent of Code stuff, which I haven't finished yet. Still have a couple days to go on that. I have to learn some math, and then we'll finish up Advent of Code. Viconic, thanks for stopping by, and Quitty Work, thank you as well for stopping by. See you guys around. But yeah, youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. I usually stream on Saturdays at 11 a.m. my time, but also sometimes stream throughout the week at 6 p.m. my time. Before I stream, I usually announce on Twitter and on Discord. My Twitter is twitter.com/codewithanthony. Couldn't get Anthony Writes Code, really wanted to have that, but unfortunately it would have had to have been Anthony Writes COD, and it's not a fishing channel, so oh well. F Mega, you did come too late. Sorry, bud. Have a good one, Catherine, and see you around the Endless River. But yeah, the Discord is listed in the chat right now. You guys are free to join. I also announced the streams there. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by, and I will go find someone to raid.